Morning, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street with me, Vicky. We have got an extended day for you today, here till 1 o'clock. So if you've got any plans at lunchtime, cancel them. You've got to stay with us all day today. I didn't even know about this. I know that Delphine, there was, she had a kit and a collection of fabric that was coming through, and it hadn't arrived in time for her show a few days ago. So as soon as it arrived, we were like, Delphine, will you stay another hour and show us all this collection? So very, very exciting. And she said yes. In fact, just very quickly before I start the day, I just want you to have a bit of a sneak peek at this gorgeous fabric because it's absolutely beautiful. This is one of the table runners, but Delphine, as she does, she's gone crazy and made loads of different things. So she's made a little wine holder. Is that wine empty, by the way? It's empty. It wasn't this morning. Paul's been in. Oh, that's gorgeous. Bit of free motion. Just different ideas, all from Debbie's quilting book, which is very exciting. So we're going to just do a bit of a challenge Delphine show. We're going to look at the table runner, but then we're also going to see what else we can make with that gorgeous collection and have a good look at it. So that's at 12 to 1. So don't forget, it's not replay 12 to 1. We're live. We are live. It won't be available till 12, so you do have to wait. With our new website, it's put up hour by hour, and that was a choice which we're still asking you, would you like us to do? But it's because I know a lot of people were missing out on certain things when they were put on all at the start of the show who couldn't watch maybe till later. So just to make it fair for everybody, all the kits are launched at the top of the hour, so keep an eye on the pre-order section as well. Right, now we've got loads coming up today. Sarah's eagerly awaiting in the wings. I'm just having a nice chill today. I've got somebody keeping me company every hour. So let's start with the early bird. Now, I've got the Sewline glue pen to hand. It's out of stock at the moment. But for anybody who has got the Sewline glue pen, you are going to love today's early bird special because we have got two refill sets of the Sewline glue pen glue sticks. You're getting 2 pink, 2 blue and 2 yellow. It doesn't matter though, well I say that, you're getting 4 pink, 4 blue and 4 yellow. You get 2 packs for just £12.98. Now, our price on this is brilliant anyway at £13.98 because elsewhere, one, I find it's really, really hard to get hold of these. I feel like we get all of Sewline's stock because I think actually we are quite high on their list. We've got a great relationship with them, and whenever, it's always on reorder, and the glue pen's always on reorder. But whenever it comes into stock, they all disappear very quickly. And we buy, of course, en masse, we're buying the hundreds. We're at £1 and 8p a stick. How good is this? Can I say Hannah called these glow sticks earlier? Woo woo! They're not glow sticks. Although that bright yellow one's very neon, isn't it? And it doesn't matter what colour they are because they dry completely clear. So what is fantastic about the Sewline glue pen, which you might already have and you might absolutely love, whether it be your an English paper piecer, whether you insert lots of zips in bags, whether you're using it instead of pins, it's so handy for so many projects. I know that Kerry uses this a lot from Living in Loveliness. In fact, there's so many of our guest designers who come in handy with their Sewline glue pen and learning lots of other tips of how to use it. So if you love these, now is the time to stock up because look, we've looked elsewhere and this is for 2 of them. On Love Crafts, it's a live comparison right now, £3.09 for 2. And it looks like they've only got 1 left in stock. So it's not going to be stocking up, is it really? I know that Hannah was saying earlier on, whenever she used to go to these big exhibition shows, she would always stock up like for the year on glue sticks because they're hard to get hold of. During the height of lockdown, I know that Kat got very addicted to English paper piecing during lockdown. And she was really trying to get hold of these glue pens. We didn't have any in stock, and she ended up buying some on Amazon, and she paid a lot of money for them. I mean, have a look at these. This is quite a good price still. This is for 6. Oh, no, sorry. 6. You're getting 6 pens there for £9.99? £9.99? So, I mean, great value, but still, we offer the most brilliant prices. You're getting loads here as well to stock you up. So if you are thinking, right, I haven't tried I might just be new to the Solan glue pen. For anybody who doesn't know, we haven't got them in stock at the moment, but it's a low tack glue. So it's a temporary glue. It's not like using any other, craft glues like a Pritt stick or something like that. It is especially designed for sewing, so it's not going to gum up your needle. It dries completely clear. It will dry. It's water soluble, so it will wash out completely when you wash your project. Great for inserting zips. Anywhere that you don't want to put pins, this is going to be really, really handy. Just holding things in place. For binding, I know lots of people use it as well. £12.98. I told you today's early bird was going to be brilliant. Loads of people have woken up with us this morning. Hi Tracy, hi Margaret, hi Suzanne, Helen, Trudy, Amelia, Geraldine, hello, good morning, Maria, you're there. Loads of people. Hello, Hen. Good morning. My friend Tom, as I say, he keeps watching every day now. He puts me on every morning now. It's lovely to have you with us. It's 8:05. Thank you, early birds, for getting up nice and early with me. £12.98 for 2 packs. Bonus pack, remember, you're getting 6 in each pack for £12.98. And that opens your order nice and early. Trust me, today is a day to open your order nice and early, because it is a busy, busy day today. Have a look at how today is shaping up. We've got Sarah with me this first hour. We've got, for anybody who is dabbling in a bit of bag making, we're going to give you lots of great tips. Maybe you're moving towards that next adventurous beginner section. We've got a great book, lots of lovely fabrics, and of course, gorgeous Sarah demoing the Kelly bag coming up. There it is at this first hour. 9 o'clock, we are finishing off our Moving On Up quilt. Block of the week is not yet available. It's there at 9 o'clock. That's block number 16. We're also going to be talking through block number 15, which is applique. They're not available just yet. I will tell you when they are. Don't worry. I know I've had messages. Where are they? Where are they? I will let you know when they're live. 10 o'clock, Sarah's going to be back with me, and we've got the Diamond Star Quilt, and it's a lovely book, the Diamond Star Quilts book. How striking is this? It's a lovely winter quilt, but actually there's loads of projects in that book. It's a great book. 11 o'clock, we really are going to make sure everybody has got all of the skills to finish off their quilt completely. Maybe this is your big first quilt that you're putting together. Sashing, borders, we're going to be talking binding, we're going to be talking quilting, we're going to be talking wadding. So if you've got any questions whatsoever, 11 o'clock is the hour to get those in for Delphine. At 12 o'clock, we're live. We're still going to be live. And we've got a brand new, beautiful collection of fabric, working from one of Debbie Shaw's books, and working with Delphine, who's going to give us lots of great inspiration of what to do with the fabric. I saw a message, in fact, actually yesterday on the Facebook fan page, and one of the ladies was saying, there's so much fabric, amazing fabric that we've got coming in lately. I need some inspiration of what to do with it all. So 12 o'clock is your hour. It really, really is. Open your order nice and early, and it's only 1p&p all day long. So £3.95 all day long. So at 10 o'clock, this is a brand new book to me, and it's a brand new book to Hannah as well, actually. We have it in bundles with the quilt that we've just seen. So wait, if I were you, till 10 o'clock, because there's more than enough to go around. If it were limited, I'd tell you now. But there's plenty of them to go around. But if you've got lots of fabric and instantly you're thinking, right, I've got the fabric that I want to do the quilt that I've already seen, I want to launch this book nice and early. It's £19.99. It's brand new, I believe, in today. It's the first time I've certainly seen it. You've got 12 gorgeous projects. If you want the specific colourway that we're using, then stay tuned, because they're going to be coming up at 10 o'clock in the bundles, and you do get the book included. I don't want you to buy the book twice. But I am thinking lots of people will probably be thinking about doing some Christmas quilts, because that beautiful star shape is really dramatic. And actually, when you see it, for somebody who's maybe new to the quilting world, you look at it and you think, how on earth is that constructed? Because when you learn piecing, you learn sort of block by block. You think, where are these blocks? It's really sort of a bit of an illusion to the eye, but actually it's really simple. And Sarah's going to talk us through. There's some great, look at that one. There's some really great quilts and gorgeous projects in here. So stay tuned. We're going to be talking through the book at 10 o'clock with Sarah. But just thought I'd let you know that's available. Something else that's come into stock. This is going to be useful, actually, for finishing off your Moving On Up quilt. This is, of course, your 80/20 by the half metre. So what I've got here, let me open it out, because Right, I'm going to need to stand up for this. Real stretch. I can't do Stretch Armstrong. I need to borrow your mum's Stretch Armstrong, Hannah. Oh, because this is really, really wide. Really, really wide. What do you mean? Hannah's mum. Did your mum buy it for... Oh, you bought it for your mum. Stretch Armstrong. I didn't know there was still a thing. I didn't know you could still get it. She really likes Stretch Armstrong. In fact, she likes it so much the pants have rubbed off. If you stretch it so much, apparently the pants start coming off. Oh my word. I swear it wasn't like that when I was young. Oh, Hannah says, well, I was naked at home. He's in the drawer. He's in the drawer next to the phone. Why are you telling me this? Thank you for letting me know, Hannah. Hannah's back. Hannah's bright and awake this morning. Come and say hello to us. £6.99. I'm so relieved I've got Sarah and Delphine with me all day today, and it's not just Hannah in my ear. So, just so you know, and Paul's here, and Paul is here. We are going to be talking about this later on properly, but I just thought I'd let you know, back in stock. Buy the half metre, buy as much as you want. If you are thinking of larger projects or even smaller projects, wadding's always really, really handy. 80/20 is my choice as well. I love it. So, so soft. Okay. Hello, Diane. Morning. Good morning, Vicky. Oh, it's damp and dreary here too in South Cumbria. I love Cumbria though. Well, I've never been. I'd love to go. I just love it. I love the pictures of it. It looks beautiful. I've always wanted to go to like the Lake District and then Cumbria. It sounds lovely. But damp and dreary today. It's horrible here as well. Horrible weather. Stay with us. Stay with us. We're an extended show, remember. Everybody who's checked out on the wadding has checked out on multiple units. Remember, it's going to be cut off a very, very big bolt for you. So you're going to be able to get as much as you want to get all of your UFOs finished. Right. Should we start with our hour? This hour, we're going to be talking about this bag book. The bag you can see on the shelf behind me. This is the beginner's guide to bag making. I'll talk to Sarah about this because there's some great skills that you're going to learn in here that I would have said, you know, more of an adventurous beginner. Maybe if you are starting out bag making and you're looking for a bit of a challenge, these are some great, very designer looking bags, especially with some of the fabric choices as well that are suggested. So you can see in one of the bundles here today, we're working with PU, so we'll talk to Sarah about that, but there's some really, really beautiful bags. This is the one that we're working on today. It's the Kelly bag. This is more of an intermediate level, but it does go through the book sort of skills as you go along, working with lots of different hardware, very professional finishes and different shapes as well. I like this one, a waist bag. There's lots of gorgeous ones, a duffel style bag. It's all about the different fabrics as well that you're using. We've bundled some of our favourite fabrics, which I think will work really, 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 really well with this. Don't worry, if you've already checked out on the early bird or the wadding, because it's only 1p&p all day. It's only £3.95 all day long, so you can check out on as much as you want and still only pay 1p&p. That's a really nice bag because that's actually, we've got the clear, what's it called? Like vinyl at the moment. You know, the PVC, the glitter one. That would look really nice to have like a drawstring bag in the centre of it, your transparent tote. So this is what I mean. It isn't like beginner, a book of tote bags. You're really going to learn some professional techniques and some real transferable techniques as well to get a very, very professional finish. So don't be put off by that, but also just know that you're going to get some really special bags. All your templates are in the back of the book. We've got 3 bundles, so you need the instructions, obviously, with the book. The bag that we're working with today is with Sarah. The fabrics that we're working with are these. Now this one, I know that it's been in a kit before, which completely sold out straight away. It's such a popular fabric. It's absolutely beautiful, and everything that we have is now in this kit. It's extra wide. You're definitely going to be able to make, obviously, the Kelly bag, but have a look through the book and see which other bags you want to make as well, because actually there's a lot of fabric here. There is a lot of fabric. I'll talk to Sarah about that, but it's a cotton canvas, which our cotton canvas, I must say, is beautiful quality, really good quality. You'll have heard John Scott and Debbie Shaw talking about the quality of our cotton canvas. It's not like canvas that you think of that you paint on that's really stiff. It's actually really beautifully soft, but it will still add great structure to your bags. So that's a whole metre. And then you're also getting your lining, which actually coordinates perfectly because there's lots of different pinks in here, but the pink looks lovely. So then you also get a whole metre of your pink for your lining, which is your quilting weight fabric. So that's option number one. We've called this black floral. We've also got the option with the PU, which you can see the one behind me was, well, there it is. We've used this beautiful, beautiful fabric as well for the lining. Do you know, Debbie Shaw would absolutely love this. She is a bit partial for a mustard PU. I love that. It is so, I always imagine her, she's got a jacket, hasn't she? Very similar, this colour. £22.99 and you get half a metre. Now, half a metre of your PU is really, really wide. For anybody who is new to bag making, maybe start with a cotton canvas, but don't be put off about having a go with PU because it does give you a great finish. And we're going to give you some tips on, you know, how to handle the PU. Because I always thought, oh, is it going to stick under my sewing machine? Or I'll ask Sarah what we can do. But you get loads of fabric there. It's extra wide, so you get a whole metre of your PU. And then this one is lovely as well. See, I'd be tempted with this bundle to use some of my scraps for my lining and keep this as, you know, the outer of another bag from that book because it's absolutely gorgeous. So that bundle is called Mustard. It's £22.99. And then, oh, by the way, I think we've got a picture of it. We've got a bit of a mix and match option as well. We'll see it when we go over. But if you did have any of the pink floral fabric left from your previous kits, why not get this kit and mix and match, and we'll show you what Sarah's done. We've also got this one, which is your daffodils. Not daffodils, they're lilies, aren't they? Sorry. Yes, I knew that you'd be straight on it. Yesterday we were talking about flowers and I said Hannah would know. She's like, I'm Auntie Don. Straight away, yeah, no, they're not daffodils, they're lilies. £17.99, and this is that gorgeous autumnal orange. This is called Rust. This is your rust option, which is, yeah, it's like a terracotta, gorgeous orange. It's absolutely beautiful, like a burnt orange. £17.99, and I do like the sketch. I know, Paul, you like the sketch of the black and white lilies, don't you? 2 metres, so you get a metre of this one, and then you also have a metre of your navy blue. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? I really like that. It's like a burnt orange. And then, okay, if you are struggling, I mean, lots of people are fine with him checking out multiple units on the wadding, so it's a bit strange that some people are struggling to on the web. If you are struggling to check out multiple units on the wadding, speak to our customer service team. They're so lovely. It's completely free phone and they're really, really nice. You might need it for this project or the project on the Moving On Up quilt, so if you do want it, yeah, just thought I'd let you know. It's £6.99 a half metre, and you can buy it by the half metre from today. It's back in stock, so do make the most of that. But speak to the team if you're having any problems. Is there anything else that I want to mention, or should we go through things as we go with Sarah? Let's start the project, Sarah. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Vix. Nice to see you.
Looking gorgeous again. Every time Sarah arrives, she's in a new outfit that you've made. I'm like, what pattern is this? I don't even ask you where clothes are from anymore, because just presume you're making it all.
It's more the tops. I'm not fully me-made yet. I know there are lots of people out there that do, don't they? But yeah, it's a Nina Lee pattern. Yeah.
Oh, love it, love it, love it. Now we've got two really nice projects today. Bag makers, does say it's a beginner's guide to bag making. I know you were saying more an adventurous beginner.
Yeah,
maybe.
definitely. I mean, I've only made about 3 or 4 bags. And I started with Debbie Shaw, and I'd always recommend maybe starting with the Debbie Shaw bags. But once you've made quite a few of those, or a few of those, which I know a lot of our viewers have, then this is a good book to progress to. It's still by Search Press, so you know you've got the quality photographs and step-by-steps, and the pattern is actually nice material, nice paper and clear to follow. So, you know, it's definitely a good one to progress to.
Yeah, there look some great techniques in there. I mean, they look like shop bought bags. Shows me like very professional bags.
Yeah, I was very impressed with that. And what I quite liked as well is as you flick through, it gives you a little bit of history about the bags. Like this is the Kelly bag, and it was talking about so Grace Kelly making that style famous. And so quite a few of them, it gives you a little bit of history. And I just think it is quite different because most people will start with tote bags or just a bucket bag or something like that. Then it's quite nice then to progress to things with fastenings and move up to the next level. But also what I ended up doing with this is I made it my own, as it were. So because I hadn't got a zip, I didn't use that in the lining like the pattern says, and it's absolutely fine to do that because you may decide that you want loads of zips or a pocket inside the pocket. So once you've got some basic skills, you can look at the pattern and make it your own.
Yeah, lots of transferable skills where you mix and match. So even though it says how many projects, 20 projects in there, actually if you're mixing and matching between, there's loads of different ideas you'll come up with, especially using different fabrics as well. This fabric is beautiful.
It is, it's lovely. And as you can see, I did get a bit carried away.
That looks great as well, just putting it on that mustard colour.
Basically I've got everything on my desk, as you do, all my fabrics, and I just thought, oh, actually, these go together really quite nicely. So you'll have loads of fabric left, as you always do with all the kits. So I reckon you could make 2. So whichever bundle you go for today, you could make 2 of these bags.
Oh,
definitely.
Wow. That's such good value, isn't it? Especially when you're looking, $17.99 for the rust board.
And also, if people are like me, if you've not made a pattern before, sometimes you get a bit nervous about cutting into your fabric, thinking, what if I make a mistake? So you could almost afford to cut into it, and if you do have a bit of an error on one of them, you've got enough fabric to recut and make another one, so it saves you making a toile or something out of calico. You have like a workable toile then, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely, that's really good to know. So you're not working with the PU today, but is there any tips that you can give us with the PU?
Yeah, I mean, surprise, surprise, it was the first time I'd used PU.
Oh, was it? And I mean, it looks amazing.
So when it arrived, the first thing that I noticed was a buttery softness, because you hear that talked about a lot on the TV, but it's true, it really is lovely and soft. So what I found was using the walking foot was definitely a necessity on this one. I've got a Janome. I thought it'd be okay without, because if you're doing right side to right side, you'll get away with it, because I don't know if you can see, it's got like a coating,
like a woven back,
woven on the back. So your feed dogs are fine with it, and it was fine. So that part, the constructing the bag was okay, but when you come to do top stitching, it didn't like it, so you do need your walking foot for that.
Right, okay. That's good.
Most machines have got walking foots, haven't they, nowadays?
Absolutely. So. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. So, you're going to try and sort of construct the bag. I know that you've done a bit of prep of cutting bits and bobs and interface them. What interface have you used?
So I've used a bit of a mixture of, again, in the book it says you can use either no interfacing or you can use of your choice. So there's either the Style Fix, the sturdier stuff. I've used H640.
Okay.
And then I've just used some medium weight on the flat lining. So just have a look at your fabric and see what the overall structure is of the bag that you want to get. If you want a more structured look, then definitely go for your Style Fix or your Bosal.
Okay.
But if you like this sort of scrunchy, because bearing in mind, once you've got stuff in it, it's going to sort of hold its shape.
So is that the H640, which is this one?
Yeah.
You Graphics Alive for your H640, which you get a whole metre piece of your fusible H640, and it's a lovely fleece. Whereas, let me grab this one. So this is your Style Fix, which you can see the difference is a foam. So this is like a fuller foam. This is going to give you more structure. And this one is fusible. It has got a fusible back, so you can still iron it on, which is great, isn't it? So the Style Fix is $6.99. Like you say, look at your fabrics and just decide on whether you want it to be quite a... This is going to give it a different feel.
If you want it to stand up on its own, then definitely need to go for something more structured, because it won't with these, but it's got enough in to, it makes it substantial.
Right, brilliant.
Okay,
over to you.
Right, so just quickly, if I show you the pattern piece. So it's nice quality paper, as I say, and quite clear to follow, even though there's loads of stuff on here. It's colour coded, so if you're doing the Kelly bag, it was the black, and all the parts have got numbers on that it tells you in the book which parts you need to trace out. So I was quite impressed with that, because sometimes you might have to enlarge, and nobody likes doing that, do they? So that's a good plus. And then you can just fold it up neatly, pop it at the back of your book. So what I did was I transferred them out onto just some tracing paper, just that I'd use for dressmaking, but you could use freezer paper or even copy a paper piece together, it'd be fine. What you need to do, there's not too much technical bits to transfer. The important things are the clasp positionings. So it tells you on the pattern where to mark those. So make sure that you do put those on.
Okay.
So first of all, I'm going to start with the clasp on the flap part of the bag. So if we have a look, I'll show you there. Actually, I'll turn it over. So the bag has got magnetic clasps on either side, so you need to attach them to the flap part and then to the front of the bag. Now, I don't know if they're on the web.
They are on the website, yeah.
So these Millwood ones are brilliant. So I don't know if people have used them before, but basically they come in twos. So we have a male and a female. So you can see those. So what you want to make sure is that you don't mix them up so that you need them to sort of clasp into each other. And then these little bits here are good for marking where you need to do your stitching. Cutting. So I've made a little dot on the pattern, which I've taken off from...
Oh, so there is a placement mark
placement
on the pattern.
mark. So pop that over there and then grab your little friction pen and just mark either side of there like so. And then that's where you want to do a little snip with your scissors. So I've got the... I've got some interfacing on here, so because I was just putting it on the whole structure anyway. If you weren't going to do that, I'd just put a little square on. It's always good. It's like a little bit of extra insurance, because sometimes when you snip in, things can fray. So just get a really nice sharp pair of scissors and then just fold it over, and we're just going to do a little snip.
Yeah, just little ones, because you're better to go too small, aren't you, than too big?
Absolutely, yeah. And that should do us. So on here we want the positive, or the male one. That one, put in. And then they just literally push through, hopefully. I might need to do another slit on that one. No, it's in. And then you just take the back part, put that over the top and flip over.
And you don't need a special tool to be able to push those down, do you?
I mean, you could give it a little bang with a hammer or something, but if you didn't want to break your nails or something. But no, that's fine. So that's your two positives onto the flap. And then we have the front of the bag, which, now the front and the back look the same, so I quite like that, so there's less parts to have to cut out and things. But obviously the front has got markings on where you want to put your magnetic clasp. So I think that was my marking there, so I'll just go on. And also it's a good tip to, even when you've transferred them over from your pattern piece, maybe take like a little ruler or a measure and just check that you've got the same width at either side of the bag, just to make sure it's sort of level, so we don't want wonky clasps. Okay, and now this will be a little bit harder because I'm going through the H640. And hopefully not catching my finger.
Yeah, be careful.
It could be good TV, couldn't it? And then, so obviously you want it to be pushed through. Let's give it a bit of friendly persuasion. That's it, we're in. And then back on, and that's it. You're done. So obviously I've already done the other two. So but they're quite nice, and so they're nice. They've got a nice finish to them as well.
Yeah, and if you're starting out, I think that's what makes all the difference, doesn't it? Having that hardware and the professional
Makes it look professional, yeah. Because I mean, I guess if you didn't want to, you could just have it loose.
The flap, yeah.
But I think it just adds that little extra touch. So now we're going to turn our attention to the handle. Now I've got a few little options on the handle, as you do, because I think people are probably like me. When you make something the first time, you try to make it to the letter, and then the second time you make it, you think, right, I think I'll make this a bit easier for myself, or you know, you just tweak it a little bit. So what I found with the handle was, in the pattern, it shows you it's quite handle shaped, tapers down, and it tells you to turn each side in by 1 centimetre, which I thought was a bit faffy. So what I did on my second one was sort of more of the traditional method, where you cut it at like a rectangle shape, fold it in half, and then fold them in so that It also gives it a bit more stability.
Did you interface that?
I didn't know, but I think
because of the cut on canvas,
yeah,
don't think you need to.
But you could do, absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, I did think on the PU one that I probably would again interface it or use this, which I know we've only got them in blue at the moment, but these PU webbing are really good because again,
so that's not real leather, is it? That's PU.
No, it's PU. I think is it by the metre? It's sold.
Yeah, it's sold in a metre piece, which so you can trim it to whatever sort of length strap you want, which is handy, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think sort of like handles and things like that can be telltale signs of making it look more professional. So if you're not overly confident, then just buy some webbing to use as your handle. And it elevates your project automatically.
How do I sew that in?
Just exactly the same, because it's actually quite
it's quite malleable.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
So you'll be fine with that. So you just sort of tuck over at the end, and then so you've not got a raw edge, and then take your time. Don't go too fast on your machine, but you'll be fine with that. But I thought that's quite a nice touch to use.
Good tip, and that will look nice actually with. Especially the rust colour option, or if you've got any other bags in mind. I tend to put way too much in my bag, so it needs to have a good solid strap.
Yeah. In fact, I was also thinking you could, if you wanted to have like a longer handle on this, couldn't you? Because of the design of it.
That's quite a handle, whereas actually I like a shoulder bag.
It could be then more of a crossbody messenger. You could put like some D-rings on the side. Sorry, I'm going a bit crazy now, but and yeah, just have fun with it.
Yeah, good idea.
But anyway, if you're going to do the traditional handle, then so you literally fold it over like I've shown there. And I mean, we've done these styles of bags before, and it is all in the book as well. Turning your edge, I'll just show you this bit. Turning the edge and sew across here, and then it means that when you turn it back, you've got no raw edges at all, which always looks quite nice.
That's neat.
And then you just top stitch around.
Like and would you go all the way around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you go all the way around, and I've actually done it in a bit of a contrasting colour just so you can hopefully see it. So once we've done that, what we then want to do is we're positioning it onto the top of the bag like so. So I've done half, so we'll do the other half. And again, there's markings on your pattern, so you know where to put it, so it's all lined up for you. So I think I'll just check, and again, it's always worth doing a quick check to make sure that you're relatively level, so you don't go off on a wonk. Okay, so we'll just pop a pin in there, and then I'm going to sew round like we do with these sorts of things in like a square and do a crisscross in the box.
I always wondered, is that like an aesthetic thing, or is it to reinforce?
I think mainly to reinforce.
Right.
Well, definitely to reinforce, because when you look at mine, it's not that aesthetic. But yeah, I think it is just adds that little bit of extra stability. So on we go. And I've not got a walking foot on here today, so
yeah, and you go through quite a few layers there, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm going to go a bit steady. So, and you can sort of go over your stitching if you like. So there's it. And I've made a little mark, I don't know if the camera can see, just a faint line here, so that's where I'm going to, just so that again I can keep my little boxes roughly the same size.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But again, if you've got a fabric like this, it's very forgiving. If you're working with the PU, then obviously every stitch will show. But don't be afraid of that. But if you were a bit more unsure, then definitely stick to something like the cotton canvas with this. I mean, especially if you go with a black thread, nobody's going to see any of your
No, exactly. Yeah, it depends
stitching.
how confident you are with it.
Yeah. So we'll just go across and do that. Okay, just one more. To reinforce. Okay, and that's it done. So now we're going to finish off the handle. sorry, we'll finish off the front flap. So that's the handle. Just get rid of these threads. Secured on.
Nice. And I like that it's a feature. You know, a lot of the time handles are sort of set into the seams, aren't they? But actually, it's quite a prominent feature.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Like that.
So we want the other part of the flap now. So we're going to do right sides together. And just pop it on top and just sort of flatten your handle down in there like that. And you can put a couple of clips on if you want, or a pin. We'll use a pin. And we're just going to sew all the way round this part of the bag. We're going to leave this part open,
okay,
so that we can turn it through. So I'll just try and make sure it's, I mean, the other good thing about bag making is it's forgiving in terms of your 1/4 inch and things like that. I mean, you do need to be consistent, but you know, if you're consistently wrong, that's fine.
Yeah. So what's your seam allowance on this?
I've gone with 1/4 inch.
Okay.
But we have a bit of movement there, especially when you've got like different layers of interfacing and things like that. Just get it on.
You're ever so confident with this. Say you made 3 bags before. That's, I mean, incredible.
Yeah, I think most things, I mean, it depends how much time you've got to sit and look through it. If you want to just pick something up and maybe go out with that bag that afternoon, then say get a Debbie Shaw book.
Yeah.
But if you want to sit down and, you know, have a good read of it and get your head around it and make something, then absolutely, yeah. So when I got to the corner, I just stopped and then did 1 stitch to the side.
Okay.
That's the tip I picked up off other designers.
Oh, right. So what would that help?
Well, apparently it helps when you are turning through to achieve a better point.
Oh, we'll see it on this
We'll see. Yeah. Okay.
So your needle down.
Yeah, and then spin for 1.
Ah, 1 on the corner.
Yeah, and then back up again.
Handy tip.
I don't know, I'll try anything to try and... Pin going the wrong way. Okay, we've got a reverse on here, yep. Okay.
Hi, Jill. Morning, Jill. Paul and Hannah say good morning as well. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Oh, my word, good morning from in Kenya. Ooh, we're international, Sarah.
Very good. I like it. I'm just going to cut across the corners like we do, just to take out some bulk. Wow, that's really global, isn't it?
So will that just mean that you get a nice sharp point?
Yeah.
Definite square point.
Yeah, and I just love the sound of those scissors. They're lovely, aren't they? Put all my bits on the floor. Right, so we'll turn around, turn it through now. And if you've got like pointy tool.
Pokey tools. I've got a pokey tool. Here we go. This is the point turner. That's the technical term.
Yeah.
We call it it's a button gauge as well, actually.
Yeah, that one is, isn't it? I've just got one of the traditional plastic ones, but it does help to get right into your corners.
It means that you're not poking your scissors through and going to rip through your stitches. I do like these. I think they're really good for lots of projects. And when you do just want to make sure that you get a really lovely fine point, and it has got measurements on there as well in inches and in centimetres. It's a point turner with a button shank gauge for just £9.99. Definitely worth making the most of those if you haven't got yourself already a little, what does John call it? A dobber. Similar to the dobber.
A derrick.
Yeah, Derrick the dobber.
So I'm just going to give it a little light press. Obviously, if you're working with the PU, I wouldn't. But to be fair, I don't think it needed it either. And then I've got time for me to stitch
Oh yeah,
round.
I've got about 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay, then I'll whiz round and just do a top stitch all the way round.
And still think it's going to be all right with that walking foot on?
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I found, actually, I'll explain when I get near, what I found with my, the length of the stitch, but that's okay. I found with my walking foot is when I got down to the corner, because of these clasps, you have to be a bit careful. It's fine with this foot because it's quite narrow, but it was sort of catching on there, so just be careful if you're doing that.
Right, okay. Oh, we got a picture from Cheryl. Cheryl sent in a picture of her Kelly bag. Oh, see how different again does this look?
Oh, yeah.
She said, here's my Kelly bag, upholstery fabric, and I embroidered with suede around the base with stud feet. Wow. Oh, I love that. I changed the handle to a long strap. Like Sarah suggested, actually, that's brilliant. Thank you for sending that in, Cheryl. That's gorgeous, isn't it? This is what I mean. Like you say, when you first do it, I suppose you go buy the book and do it step by step by step.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the world's your oyster. Do some embroidery on it or plique on it. Put zips where you want or different clasps. Good idea.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And I noticed, I think in the book they've used upholstery fabric, haven't they? So, right, so that's the handle done. So now we just want to attach that to the back, which is, so your front and back, remember, are the same, but that's the front because it's got your clasps on, so this is the back.
Because this fabric got a direction.
Yeah, I was looking and I decided it hadn't because some of them, they're just random. Yeah. So no, in answer to your question, well, that's what I've decided. So basically you're just going to attach right sides together. So the right side is the handle side.
Took that right in.
Took it in, and we'll just sew across the top here. And then that's secure. And sew within your seam allowance on this one. So we want it all to be hidden. So if I go, probably I'd know about 3-4 mil, something like that.
Just so you know, the bundle that we're using for the demo, there's more people that have got this in the basket than we have availability. It doesn't surprise me because this fabric was
lovely.
So popular last time it was aired in a kit, and it's the same again. It's probably going to be the last time that we get to show this, so check out as soon as you can now. Loads of people have got that in your basket. Be careful. Don't wait till the end of the demo.
Okay.
Pam sent in a question for you, Sarah.
Okay.
Morning, Vicky. Good morning. Should the male part...
Is this a birds and the bees question?
Okay, it kind of is. Right, I'm going to say... Can you not show me? Just show Sarah while I say this, please, because I can't say this with a straight face. Go on, say it out loud, Hannah. Don't show me. Should the male part of the clasp always be on the flap? Pam?
Yes.
Yeah.
Answer, yes.
It should?
It should.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very professional. That's where you've gone wrong, Paul.
Yes. There's no other words I can say, but that is correct. Yeah.
We're so mature here, Sarah, aren't we?
No sniggering at all. But yeah.
It's actually a really important question. Pam, that's a good question because I know what you mean.
Pam.
Yeah, they always need to go onto the sticky out part goes onto the flap to go in,
Well done. Right, now then. So we're now going to sew the sides on. So the sides, I've also put the interfacing on. So just make sure that you get them the right way up. So you've got the narrow at the top and the wider part, take that, at the bottom. And let's move those out of the way and sew those on. We're just going to sew down the side, these two. So I'll pin that one on, speed sew. And then literally we're sewing the front onto it, the base, and that's the bag done. But remember to keep...
It has got a nice boxy bottom actually, hasn't it?
Keep the flap out of the way.
Can you hear them in the gallery?
I can just hear the laughing, the giggling. Not laughing, yeah. Nice giggling.
They're not laughing, they're just being silly. Hi Jane, good morning. We've got a question. Oh no, right, it's coming across the bottom. There we go. So, the diagonal stitch across the corner should be small. Hang on, I can't read this. Should it be smaller than the seam stitch length, or can it be 2 or 3, depending on what you're stitching? Hang on. I think it's a statement rather than a question, actually, Hannah. Jane's saying that the diagonal stitch needs to be... Go on, what did she... Read it out to me, Hannah, because I couldn't see that properly. Should be smaller than the seam stitch length. It could be 2 or 3, depending on what you're stitching. Yeah, I think that's a statement. I don't think that's a question. Thanks for the tip. Thank you for the tip, Jane.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the smaller the seam length, the tighter, the stronger. It probably will make it, maybe, if that's what she meant. So that's got those sewn that way. So now what we want to do is sew the front to these sides.
Right, okay.
So right sides together. The other thing that I've been doing, which I'll just mention, is that I've been stopping like 1/4 of an inch just at the bottom of the base, because then when you come to put in your box bottom, makes it a bit easier.
I'm with you, okay.
But if you forget to, it doesn't matter, that's what your seam ripper's for, but if you can do that, makes life easier. Okay. And off we go again. And literally, I'll just talk through, because I've already prepped the lining. As you can imagine, the lining is exactly the same technique.
So do you literally make that bag again, basically, to make your lining? Right.
I mean, if you want to put pockets and things in, then you can do. But for what we're doing today, it's exactly the same. All you need to do is remember to leave a turning hole at the bottom of your lining, but we'll get to that shortly. So last side down here. So it does come together quite quickly. And you can see why it is in the beginner book.
Yeah, it does come together quickly, actually. We've still got 8 minutes. We're doing really well. Time.
And I think it's something just a bit different, because I say, as beginners, we all tend to just stick to tote bags, don't we? Or say a bucket bag, or maybe we'll make a makeup bag. But I think this is a bit different. Let's do a reverse stitch. Okay, so that's done. So now we need to get the bottom in. So on here...
So the bottom is, again, a separate piece.
Yeah, it's a separate piece.
It's different.
And I've put little, you probably can't see them, but little dots in the corner so that I can match them up with my seams in here to create that boxed effect. So get the first one in. So it's right sides together.
And you've just interfaced this with normal, your medium weight interfacing, not your H640.
Yeah. Oh, actually, the bottom, I haven't actually even interfaced that.
Oh, you haven't?
No. But yeah, I didn't put H640 on just because it makes it easier for getting it all under the machine. But you could do. And also, if I was doing this at home, I would be pinning. But I'm just going to...
Wing it.
Wing it. Okay. Because again, it is quite forgiving at the base. Because the fabric's so gorgeous that your eye's going to be drawn. I think it is one of those materials that if you do have a bit of a wonky stitch, it's not going to jump out at you because of the pattern.
Morning, Maggie. Morning, Donna. Are we on YouTube now? I know, sorry, there's a bit of a problem with YouTube. It's strange because it comes from the same feed, Facebook and YouTube. And we're on Facebook, and we are on the website, and we're on the telly. We've done all of the things that we can do here. For some reason, I'm sorry that YouTube's not working. Facebook has taken from YouTube. I don't really understand why the feed's not working. It's past our technical capabilities now. But you can watch it on the website, you can watch it on Facebook, you can watch it on the telly. So there's plenty of ways of watching us. You can watch us. How's the app doing, by the way? Have you heard any more about the app? Nobody's told us about the app. Okay, I'll find out about that.
That'd be good, won't it?
Well, I heard it was coming, wasn't it when you were here last?
Yeah,
a couple
I
of
think you
weeks
mentioned
ago?
it, yeah. Yeah, that'd just be so convenient then, just to, I mean,
Yeah.
I think YouTube always catches up, doesn't it? So it'll be there.
Yeah, it catches up later on.
Later.
How do you watch?
I watch, depends where I am. If I'm in my sewing room, I usually watch off the web actually.
Yeah.
I'll go onto the web and click play there. In the kitchen, I've got Freeview, so I have you on.
Oh,
While I'm cooking.
everywhere around the house.
And then sometimes if I'm feeling really lazy, I'll just pop it on Facebook. Or if I want to interact, move that.
Yeah, if you want to send messages, it's nice, isn't it? Especially this early in the morning, if you're having a bit of a lie-in, it's nice to just put it on your phone, isn't it? Or on your tablet in the morning.
Yeah, I'd like to think this time tomorrow, that's what I'll be doing. Watching, is it Kerry and Janice?
Yes.
Tomorrow. So I've just got the last little bit to go across the bottom base there, and then that should be the outer bag constructed.
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes.
Okay. So, oops. Yeah, Christmas.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? Like you say, how
nice
quick.
gifts, wouldn't they?
They'd make lovely gifts for Christmas. I think it's a really good idea, especially this year. I think it's a really nice idea to be, you know, making things for people instead. Really sentimental, isn't it?
Right, so then we'll turn through. You could give all your seams a bit of a press if you had some time to do that. But say with the interfacing on, and because of the structure of this fabric, I don't think it's not too bad.
No, I think that's really, really nice.
In fact, those clasps have already done their job. The male and the positive of.
Yeah.
So there's your bag.
Amazing.
Base.
And then, so like you say, if we can briefly talk through the lining, we've literally got a couple of minutes.
That's fine. So the lining is here. So if you can imagine what I've just done in terms of sewing down the sides and putting the base in, only I've left a turning hole there. So when you come to put your lining in, so you want right sides together, so your lining needs to be inside out, you bag the right way and just pop it inside like so. Now what you need to do with your flappy bit is push that in like that, and then we're going to top stitch. We're going to sew all the way around the top of the bag, like so. I don't know if I've
Still with your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah, and then we'll turn it all back through. So I don't know if I have got time to do that or not.
3 minutes.
Okay, should we give it a go?
Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Pressure.
Clock is in. I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
Well, I'll start it, because I think if I pin it, it'll be hard to, even if it's a bit wonky.
You don't need to have a free arm to do this either. Did you do it with a free arm?
I did have my free arm on. I think for this bit, should I? I did. I was thinking.
It's probably going to be easier to go round.
Yeah. The lining's coming together now. I'll start at the back. It's always a good tip to start out of the way. And then off we go. And then what I would do is just make sure I've got all my side bits lined up neatly. And I would be clipping as well, which I haven't done.
Sorry, I didn't mean to just gasp then. I've just read your message, Julie. Hi, Vicky. There is an app in the App Store. You can watch live with it too. Julie, thank you for launching our app with us.
Oh.
We had no idea. We had no idea. It's there. Right, I need to find it. See if I can get it on my phone. I'm going to try and find it and see if I can log in. This is exciting. I did hear that it was supposed to launch the day that our website launched, but...
So perhaps it's a soft launch. Well, it's not soft now. It's just gone viral.
I probably wasn't meant to say. Thanks, Julie. It wasn't me, it was Julie. Julie.
Okay. So for reverse, that's probably some of the wonkiest stitching I've ever done, but hopefully we'll get away with it. So the turning pole that we left, pop your hand through and pull the bag through. And again, when you're working with the PU, I just left an even bigger gap at the bottom.
Yeah,
because
and I think if you're using the foam as well, maybe use a bigger gap, leave a bigger gap.
Yeah, this canvas is fine. You can sort of scrunch it up a bit and it's okay. And then
it doesn't get creased really either, does it?
Just pop it all. I mean, obviously you'd sew up your gap at the bottom. And there is, and you give it a good press as well. And I would also roll it over and top stitch all the way around.
Just so then the lining doesn't peep out.
Yeah, and give it a really good press.
Oh, nice.
But that is the finished bag.
How good's that?
And it's nice having the pop of pink, isn't it?
I don't think it needs the zip. I don't think it needs a zip in the top, especially because you've got such a big flap. That's perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a nice style just as it is. And obviously if you're more advanced and you want to put multiple zips in and more pockets, then that's fine. But there you go. Done.
Love it, love it, love it. Thank you ever so much, Sarah. Back with the quilt behind you. And you've been stood quite centrally placed. It looked like you had a big halo around you then. Like a big, big mane. Look lovely. We've got the Star Quilt. Don't forget the Diamond Star Quilt book is already on pre-order and lots of people are ordering that. I found the app. I'm going to download it in a bit. Yes, thank you ever so much, Sarah. We'll see you in an hour. Right, so the book that Sarah was working from is this one. It's a beginner's guide to bag making with 20 classic styles and some really great transferable skills. That it's a real good sort of skill builder. It's not just, you know, a book of lots of different tote bags. You've got some really designer looking bags. This is the one that we were looking at today. All of your patterns, lovely pattern paper on your templates, so you can reuse those. There's envelope bags, there's clutch bags, you've got duffel style bags, the trapezium bag, that's the Cali bag, which it said actually, the big fashion house Hermes made famous in 1892, the shape of, and it gives you lovely history about the American actress Grace Kelly, who made it so famous. It's a great shape. So I like the fact that Sarah's, you know, was telling us that it has lots of history about the shapes as well. So that's lovely, isn't it? That would be a great gift for somebody, actually. Cylinder bag, see, that's a good shape, isn't it? Like as a yoga bag or a knitting bag or a gym bag or something. It says it's a sports bag. That'd be perfect. They're absolutely lovely. Do you know what? I need to make myself one of these waist bags because with all the walking I've been doing over lockdown, it's handy to have like a bum bag, isn't it? Instead of having a rucksack, but still, I find them too heavy. I just like having, just so you can do your power walking. Just your essentials with your key and maybe like your phone or some headphones or something. Yeah, dog bags if you've got a dog for your walking. Stay hydrated with a bit of water as well. They're really handy. Thanks for that top tip, Paul. What about water? He's saying he's an avid walker. He is an avid walker. $13.99. So that's the book that we're working from. All of the full size patterns included. Then, that one, as predicted, sold out. This one, don't be put off by, if those of you are thinking, right, I'm just diving into my bag making journey. Sarah is relatively new on her bag making journey too. She'd never sewn with PU before and look at the results that she had. I mean, the bag is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And a majority of the time, as she said, when you're constructing the bag, you're sewing right sides together, which means you're actually sewing on this lovely woven part. So there's nothing that's going to be sticking. And the end result is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So you get a whole metre of this, which is plenty enough. In fact, actually, Sarah thinks if you're cutting, you know, carefully, you'll be able to make 2 of these bags. So you could either make one of these and you can make another clutch bag or one of the smaller bags from the book, or make 2 of these, which would be a great gift for somebody. Plus then you get a metre of fabric for your lining, which is a real fancy lining, isn't it? Absolutely love that. And then we've also got one other option, which is this one. So a metre of your Lilies fabric in that lovely terracotta burnt orange, absolutely gorgeous, whole metre, it's cotton canvas. You're also getting a metre of your navy. I like that contrast. I think the navy and the lining is going to look really, really nice with the contrasting cotton canvas fabric. It's lovely. £17.99. Oh yeah, and don't forget to grab your webbing as well, your PU webbing potentially. If you want to have a longer strap, it's by the metre. I think that's about to sell out as well. So if you do want it, make sure you're checking it out. We have a couple of options on interfacing. So I've got H640 And I've got the Styleville, which this is the H640. So this is the one that you saw Sarah using during the demo, and it was actually really lovely to use. You can use it without a walking foot. The book doesn't really talk about using interfacing actually, so you don't have to. You could just use a medium weight normal iron-on interfacing, or if you do want it to have a bit more structure, I do love a bit of H640. It gives it that lovely fleecy feel. So it's got a glue reverse. You can iron it on to your fabric, and you saw how easy it was to sew with and to sew through. Another option, if you want even more structure, so if you want your bag to stand up, you're probably best to use something a bit thicker, more foamy, which Styleville's a great option. So you get, again, I believe it's a metre, is it classed as half a metre? It is half a metre. It's half a metre by 72 centimetres. I wonder whether we need to get a couple of these.
Yeah.
I think get two. I think get two of these.
It goes wide at the base.
The shape of it is quite wide, isn't it? So the one side of it, though, I can feel. You can feel it when you get it home. This side has got glue. So this is a Styleville, which is fixable as well. It is adhesive, so you can actually just iron this onto your fabric, which is great. Oh, Laurie, I've opened up this can of worms now, haven't I, talking about the app. I didn't know whether I'm supposed to, but apparently it's there. Julie told me it's there. Sheena said downloaded the app. You can watch live on it as well. Well done, team. Laurie said just downloaded the app. She says it looks great. I wasn't just saying that to everybody, well done, team, with my thumb up. No, that's what Laurie said. Not Laurie. Who was it who just said well done, team? Tina. Sheena. I wasn't saying it to Sheena. Well done, Sheen. No, that's what Sheena said. Don't say I've got a really strange thumbs up. I've started doing this and I don't know where I got it from. I keep doing my thumbs up to everybody. Kieran, I did it to my husband, Kieran, and he said, why are you going see you later like this with your thumbs up? It's a really strange habit that I've just picked up. But did Sheena put her thumbs up on the emoji? No, she didn't. No, double thumbs up. Right. We've got break standing by. I'm relieved there's a break standing by because we've got this coming up in the next hour. We've got block, what are we on now? 15 and 16? 15 and block 16 coming up with Delphine after the break. We're going to be finishing off our moving on up quilt. So do not go anywhere. I'll see you with Delphine in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it, so now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Hi, I'm Becky Alexander Frost, and Sewing Street have asked me to join their team as one of their guest designers. I own a sewing pattern design company. My pattern design company is RJAF Makes. RJAF Makes is my initials. Even though it's Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, I prefer being known as Becky, and you guys get to call me Becky. I've been sewing just over 28 years thanks to my mother who taught me, and I'm now bringing patterns to Sewing Street. So I look forward to seeing you guys.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye!
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Block of the week, block of the week. I know that we've been doing this every 2 weeks now, but it is the finale of the Moving Up and Up quilt this week. So today we're going to be doing block 15 and block 16. Then Delphine is going to be coming back at 11 o'clock and we're going to be talking all things sashing, borders, binding, any questions on quilting or wadding or anything like that. We're going to sort of make sure everybody's comfortable with finishing their quilt completely. So if you haven't watched block of the week, if you've missed the first 14 blocks, where have you been for one? But don't worry, because this is what the quilt's going to look like when it's finished. So these are all of the different blocks, obviously without the numbers. So we've done block 1, block 2, you can see block 3 on the top right hand corner. We've gone through all of these different blocks. We've learned some great skills. Last week we were looking the week before, we were looking at the Dresden plate, which we love. Today we're going to be doing a bit of a plique, and then it's the last block. It's block 16, so we're ready for a bit of a challenge, aren't we? So we're going to be conquering some of, you know, people's maybe biggest fears of like Y seams and things like that. And we've got gorgeous Delphine who's going to talk through everything. So if you've got any questions for her, of course, get them in. Equally, of course, you can always message John Morgan, and he is obviously on social media, and you can contact him with any questions that you might have. So I'm going to start with block 15, which is this one. So this is what it looks like in the blossom. We also have rainbow available. Now you know which colourway you're doing. So the blossom one is looking absolutely gorgeous. You know what your background colour is as well. So this one is like a cream colour, but of course, and we'll offer the different colours later on, but maybe you've already bought all of your background colours. So with block 15, you get your instructions. So we are going to go through it step by step today. There's a lot of people putting it straight into their basket. It's only just launched. It hasn't been on the website all morning. So if you are just tuning in, especially for this, now is the time to check out. Lovely instructions, lots of instructions, and also lots of templates. So this is a lovely applique project. You've also got your branch, you've got your colour key, which if I open this out, you can see the colours and the fabrics that are coordinating with your key. Maybe you just want to do just this as the front of a cushion front, or maybe you just want to do this as the front of a bag. If you love these fabrics, they're very Liberty-esque, aren't they? I love this sort of ditzy floral print. Maybe you've never done a plique before. I absolutely love a plique. I think it's a really, really, really great technique to learn how to do, especially if you've seen Delphine's projects in the past, the Highland Cow, for example. It's really great fun doing a plique. So you've got fabric 2, fabric 6, fabric 9, fabric 7, 4, 3, fabric 8 and fabric 5. Now the solid colour in the background is your choice. So throughout the weeks we've been offering different colours, different bundles to be able to get all of your background. I know a lot of people who have bought all of the background that they need to complete all of the blocks. If you haven't, don't worry, we can talk through those in a bit. You can just go onto the web and have a look at any of the solid colours. Maybe you want to pick out one of the pinks or one of the lavenders. This is again everything together. This is the quilt finish. So you can see at the left hand side there, 3 blocks down, that's your applique, beautiful, beautiful block, which will look like this in the blossom. So that's your blossom colourway. We also have rainbow. A third of the stock has gone, by the way. I think a lot of people who aren't even doing the quilt will really, really like this block. It's really pretty, isn't it, with the hearts, and you've got great templates to be able to use again. So if you do want to get it, it's brilliant value for money to be able to say that you have the full panel, which has been exclusively printed for us. You get your exclusive instructions, and you'll just need your solid colour for your background. I think that's such good value for money, isn't it? So you've got your instructions, all of your fabrics you need. You're not needing to raid your stash. You're not needing to buy by the half metre or lots of fat quarters. You get plenty of fabric here to be able to use for your block, and they've all got different prints which will coordinate with the rest of your quilt. So just a reminder again, your instructions that come with it look like this. £7.99. All of your cutting instructions. Jot down today's date as well, which is the 23rd. Gosh, 23rd. That's worrying, Hannah. She went, oh my gosh, where's my life going? It's the 23rd of October, Hannah. We're close to Christmas, aren't we? Don't go home. Don't go home. So you've got all of your instructions, plus you've got your panel, which is exclusive to us for £7.99. Loads of you checking out on that. Remember, it's only 1p&p all day, so if you've already checked out maybe on the early bird, which is flying out, by the way, if you do check out on multiple items, it's still only 1 postage and packaging, so don't worry. Now, we are going to focus on this one first, but I'm just going to quickly introduce block 16 so everybody can focus on the demo then, because it's going to be a busy, busy hour. It's a busy day today, isn't it? So block 16 looks like this. So, Blossom, all rainbow. The choice is yours. So this is Blossom first. Remember, you're going to need your solid colour for your background, and your instructions are here. Now, don't worry, we will go through everything as well with Delphine, so we'll make sure that we cover as much as we possibly can. Lots of piecing. If you've been doing the whole quilt, you'll be ready for the challenge. So, learning all of those skills, put them into practice on the last block. So the rainbow panel looks like this. Lovely colours. I'll lay it flat so you can see the prints as well, because again, you can see they're coordinating with the previous blocks. You get your panel, you get your instructions all for £7.99. It's a really affordable way. You know, quite often it's very expensive to invest in a full quilt kit, and especially with everything that's been going on in the world, it's just nice to be able to have a project. And I know during the lockdown at the start back in March, we were doing it every week. But it's been nice to just have a focus point to do a bit of sewing every fortnight. We're doing 2 blocks. We've been doing 2 blocks over the last few fortnights. So hopefully everybody's up to date. If you're not, remember, just jot down the date, and when you get this home, you can do it in your own time. So that is the rainbow. And then we also have the blossom. Blossom looks like this. So it's the one that was made up. There's lovely little bees that I'd never noticed on these fabric before. You did? You've already ran the graphics for it. Sorry, I didn't notice. We changed the graphics. So if you do want the blossom. Hello, Sharon. Hello, Alison, Lillian, Violet, Kaz, Jenny, Caroline, Elaine, Angela, Margaret, Jane, Sally. Loads of people tuning in for Block of the Week today. If you do want to make the most of any of the panels, they're so beautiful. I mean, there's loads that you can do with these panels, whether you choose to make this block or not. I mean, to be able to have all these coordinating fabrics, but this is what you're going to be able to make. That'd be a lovely, lovely cushion front. Loads of you checking out. You can see everybody running across the bottom of the screen. Brilliant. I'm so thrilled that you've managed to get block 16. So, should we start with 15? Let's go back a step to the applique project. And of course, lovely Delphine's back. We are lucky to have you. 3-hour whammy today. You ready for this?
I think so. It's a Friday as well, isn't it? So yeah, let's bring it on. We've got a lot to get through today.
We have, and it's almost like the finale now, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. I've really enjoyed it. So I've John doing the first bit, and I've taken on the second part, and it's challenged me as well. So I've really enjoyed it.
Oh, good. So hopefully everyone's learning along together. So this is applique.
Applique.
And you love applique, don't you?
Yeah, it's my favourite thing to do actually with sewing. So when I found out that block 15 was actually the applique, I thought, oh yeah, I got this. I got this. Yeah, so, but again, it's probably because it's nice and simple.
So we'll do that first, because we want to spend as much time as we can on block 16, as that is more tricky.
Yeah, it is a bit trickier, but again, it's still achievable, and hopefully I'll teach it in a way that's quite easy for everybody.
Brilliant.
Right, so I'm just going to tidy up a little bit. So, because obviously we have got quite a lot to get through, and the amount of times people have seen me cutting things out and sticking things on, it's very simple. So as long as you can draw around a stencil, you're fine. So I haven't got any instructions with me, but Vicky's got them.
Yeah.
So you've got all the templates at the back of the instructions.
Okay.
So you will need some bonder web, or you can use some interfacing if you wish.
Right. What's your choice? Do you normally use bonder web?
I use bonder web. Yeah. It all depends on what I'm using, but bonder web is my preference, and only because it's a lot easier as well. So if you are new to applique, bonder web all the way.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So do I need to cut all these? How would you do it?
So you would take a piece of bonder web, Basically, it's like tracing paper. You would put it over the heart and you would draw around it and the leaves. And then you will cut it out, which looks like this, which I've made earlier. So I've cut out some pieces like this. So these are all of my little pattern pieces. And so I've already peeled off the back of those, but once you've ironed it on, the reverse, so your Bondaweb, you'll have a smooth bit, draw on the smooth bit, and the bumpy bit is your glue bit. So that's what you put on the back of the fabric. And then once it's cooled down, because it can get a bit hot, you just peel it off. And then it's just, you can just feel it's like a little bit tacky, like almost like it's got a bit of a shine to it.
Right.
And that's your glue. So I've already peeled the rest off already. But you can see how easy and quick it is just to peel off the backs. And if you are struggling, just get a little pin and just give it a little bit of a scratch on the back. It won't go through the fabric, but it will just help you peel off all the interfaces. All the...
Yeah, Bondaweb.
That stuff, Bondaweb.
It's on the website, by the way, if you want some Bondaweb. We have got some in stock.
So I'm just going to put that to one side. So in the instructions, each block should finish measuring 12.5-inch square.
Right.
So the iron's on. So for this one, because obviously you're not piecing, so you will need a piece of fabric. So with this one, all it is you're going to get your 12.5-inch square fabric. You fold over. Oh, you can tell I've had this on my ironing mat at home. There's bits everywhere. Fold it in half, and let me just give that a quick press, just because it's just a bit creased. And then half again.
Remember, this is your background fabric, so this is the one that you need to pick which colour you want throughout. It could be any solid. White, cream and black are the ones that we've sort of bundled in the past, but you can have free reign of the website. Have a look at what colours you want.
And so when you open that out, you can see there that you've got the centre right in the middle there. So that's just an easy way of working out where your centre point is. And because I'm using the ironing mat, look at that, it's even got the circles underneath. Oh, that's clever. Oh, lovely. Right, so the first piece you'll put down will be the circle. Now, because I have used Bondaweb, you've got to position it in the right place. Because once you put the iron onto it and glue it down, you're committed then. So.
I think at the front, is there a layout diagram?
Yeah.
Is that like a bit of a diagram so you can see where everything's sort of going?
And also, because I've spoken to John, and this is his favourite block, and he even said that you don't have to do it the way he's actually designed it. You can put as many or as little leaves or as many hearts as you wish. So
you'd put the circle down first?
Yeah. And then, as you can see, just give it a bit of a press to get it in position. And then that will glue it into place then. So it's a really, really quick project, this. And like you say, really nice for just a single cushion cover, or if you've got if you've got four, if you put them all together and you can make like a little cot quilt or a little wall hanging.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be really lovely, especially if you use like the different colours. So each one could be a little bit different.
And in fact, actually, at 11 o'clock, definitely, even if you're not doing the main big quilt, come back and watch Delphine, because you're going to give some tips on how to do bagging out and binding and things. So if you're doing cushions or smaller projects, still watch 11 o'clock because you'll get some great tips.
So all I'm doing here is putting the bigger hearts on.
Hi, Julie. Oh, she says, I've never done this before. Can't wait to see it. Julie's not seen it at applique before.
Oh, really? Oh, lovely. So you can hopefully see just how simple it is. I think a lot of people think looks quite difficult because of all the complex shapes and circles, but as long as you can trace and cut out.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it? Yeah. And then I'm just going to lightly go over those bigger hearts.
Oh, hello, Ryan. Ryan's in the office. Ryan, you need to come out and do a catwalk in here.
Oh, his shoes.
Have you seen his shoes?
I've never seen shoes like it in my
Right, you need to come and show everybody the shoes. And his new hair. He's got new hair. He looks very autumnal, all in tan. But he has got the strangest shoes I've ever seen in my life. They just said, you don't need to say you like them, Vix. But I was like, I felt obliged.
They're unusual. Is he going to come in?
He's got to come in. This is his message along the bottom of the street. Morning, Vicky and team. We're watching you in the office. Oh, sorry, it was on a timer, and I was talking about shoes. I'm watching from the live new Sewing Street app. Woohoo! It's available on both Android and I think that's like iOS is Apple, isn't it? Yes. How exciting! We're on the app.
Yeah,
Get him in.
Yeah, they are pretty unusual. He's got to come in and just put his foot up in front of the camera.
Just
hasn't
a
he?
foot, that's fine.
Yeah. Although he's a very handsome chap.
Oh,
Ryan,
he's gorgeous,
isn't he?
yeah. Very
He is.
handsome.
Sure he won't mind me saying. So I've just put the little hearts down now. Now if you wanted to, you can make it a little bit more unusual by having the leaves underneath so that it's like they're poking out from the hearts. But if you just want a nice, quick, simple project, you can just alternate with a couple of different colours.
Does it tell you what colour to cut, what fabric?
Exactly, yeah. So in the instructions it will tell you exactly what, because each of the panels, they'll have a little number at the top corner, like number 5, number 6, where Vicky's just put her hands now, and it will tell you exactly how many to cut, step by step, what colour to use, and also you've got the key at the back as well, of course. So if you're not sure, it's quite handy to have that open whilst you're doing your cutting, so you make sure that you're not going to make any mistakes. But there's plenty of fabric anyway, so even if you do make a little mistake, you'll have enough to add a bit more.
Christine's calling Ryan. She's shouting him, Ryan!
I know, we'll have to go and get him.
Paul's desperate to see him. Paul likes shoes. He's a bit of a shoe fiend, aren't you?
Is he going to come in or is he being shy?
You could do with these shoes, actually, Paul.
Oh, they are huge.
They're platforms. They're massive.
There we go. So I've just made it nice and symmetrical. Just putting 3 of each on there. And there you go.
Nice.
That's so I said you can add more leaves, you can add more hearts. Now to finish this, all you'll do then is go take it to your machine. You can satin stitch around each heart. You can use a zigzag stitch. You could use a blanket stitch. It'd be quite nice with the fabric that's left over. Make a little scrappy binding, and you can just have it as just like a little wall hanging, or put it on a cushion front. That is just, it's like you said, if you're not going to do a block of the week, you know, the whole series, this one is just the prettiest block.
It really is. I think actually, even if you are doing the quilt, get another one of these, because I think that would make a really lovely complementing cushion, and a quick one to do. Or I think it could be a really, is he here?
He's here.
Can I show your shoes off, Ryan?
He's taken
it off.
He's taken it off.
Look at you hobbling now.
The height, yeah, put it on, the height difference.
I'm going to move out the way so we can, so you can have the whole, we can all fit on. Come around this way. This is Ryan, you have to go in the box. And you have to do a high kick. Ryan.
There he is.
Hey everyone, you're too big. Maybe we can fit
there
your,
he is.
Oh, isn't he gorgeous? Now show us your shoot. Right, you're going to have to do a high kick here. Oh! Oh no, hang on. Keep turning, that's it.
Look at those.
That is a big old shoe, isn't it? Are they comfortable? Are they very heavy?
Yeah, very heavy.
Very heavy.
Yeah.
You're not there, you're not on the
There he
is. Have a good look. He's lovely. Way. Oh, it's lovely to see you.
Oh, I love Ryan.
He's available. He's not available, but he's. I mean, they were saying you can call in and buy him. One B&B only.
That's the first thing I saw. I was sat in the green room and there's a little glass slit in the door, isn't there? I looked at it, all I could see was his feet. I was like, right, I love the shoes.
What do you think? Right, so once you've done your stitching around, I think this would be a nice one to do embroider on top of as well.
Oh, that'd be lovely, especially with all these little ditzy prints. Put a few, you know, I like a French knot. Put a few French knots on there. But definitely, like you were saying, if you're going to make this into, have it in the quilt, but this at the centre of the bed, if you're going to have it on the bed, loads of scrappy binding around it, some piping. Oh, it'd be ever so posh, wouldn't it?
Really posh and very quick, like you say. Great project.
So there we
you've
are.
got the templates as well. You've got the templates,
yeah,
haven't you?
You just put them in with all your other patterns.
Absolutely, brilliant. Right, so that's block 15. Finito, we can do it. Remember, that's the blossom colourway. We also have the rainbow option, which is this one. So your panel looks like that. Remember, you wanted a solid colour for your background. We've used cream. I think you can use, oh, well, that one's white, in fact, actually. So cream, white, you could use black. It would look amazing with a real stark navy blue background, maybe. Up to you. How much for Ryan? Lots of people wanting to... Ryan's shoes, like they belong to to the Incredible Hulk. I thought you were saying to an Incredible Hulk. No, the Incredible Hulk. Thank you. Lots of people. I've downloaded the app. Thanks, Ryan. They're very comfortable. Oh, they'd be very comfortable for my lollipop job, lollipop lady. She says I'll be like walking on air. Love it. I don't know. This is, yeah. Oh dear. Right. Let's do block number 16. Now, 16 looks like this. Just a reminder, this is Blossom. I think Delphine's working with Blossom again. So there's Blossom. Let me show you Rainbow just so you don't forget about it, because this again is really cool. A bit more tricky. We're going to spend a bit more time on this. So if you've got any questions, get them in. But again, it will be a lovely block whether you're just doing singularly as a cushion or a bag front. Don't think you have to do the whole quilt. And this is what I love about Block of the Week, is that we're able to sort of isolate different blocks, learn different skills at a slower pace, but also mix and match. Maybe you love this block so much that you want to do all the same block, you know, across a quilt, or like Delphine suggested with the applique one, just putting 4 of the blocks together and doing a nice little cop quilt, or putting them along as a bed runner. So there's lots of options, and I know, of course, everyone watching, you're all very creative, so I'm sure you'll come up with lots of different ways of using these panels, because they're great, so they're exclusive to us. Again, it's 12.5 inch finished size. And of course we are at 11 o'clock going to be talking through how you put them all together to make the quilt. But all the other blocks that we've previously shown in the past, if you go to the website, it's on pre-order, which I think still says early birds. So if next to today's show there's another tab that says, I think I'll show you just so I can see what it is. So there's the website. If you click watch live, it will load, and you scroll down. Why is yours not loading, Hannah? There we go. There we go. There you go. Oh, it says early bird deals. Keep scrolling right down. There it is. So they're all of the blocks so far. So have a bit of a scan through and think, oh, I want to have a go at that, or I'd have a go at that one. If you've not seen them before, good chance to have a go with all of those. Now, block 16, slightly more tricky, but like you say, it's achievable. We're going to do it.
It is. We're going to say yes to the Y seam. We are going to do it. So we're just going to go straight in, I think.
Okay.
Okay. So,
go for it.
Oh, right. The gloves are off. I'm going in. I'm going in. Right. Okay. So let's start off with your cutting. So you're going to have your 1 3/4 strips. That one's just needs a bit tidying up. So I'm just going to go in a little bit further in. Turn that around. So to get your diamond shape, you'll start off with a 1 3/4 inch strip like so. I'm going to do a couple of these because this is the one thing that you might find quite tricky, especially if you're fairly new, but don't be afraid to get stuck in with this one. You want to challenge yourself. So even with quilting, you know, everything, if you don't have that challenge, you get stuck in a rut, don't you? Mm-hmm. And you need to have something that's just going to push your level, push you to that next level. So this is a game changer, this one. This is going to take you from that beginner level to an intermediate to even to a more advanced level. So you've got your strip there. In fact, if I do it with a coloured one so you can see it a little bit better. Now, if you've been doing Block of the Week so far, most of you should definitely have a normal quilting ruler like one of these, Creative Grids ruler. They will all have the 45-degree angle line on there, or you can use your cutting mat. The majority of the mats actually have the lines on. Mine doesn't at home, but decent cutting mats will have the marks on there.
Creative Grids are great though. This is yours from home,
This is my own. You can tell it's mine because it's broken.
You're missing the corner.
It's done a lot of work, this ruler. So you're going to take that white 45-degree angle and along the longest length of your strip. All the measurements of how to cut the strips out are in the instructions. Now, once you're happy that it's along that length, you are then going to chop off the end. There we are. So then you've got that perfect 45-degree angle. So to finish off your diamond, The original length of this strip is 1 3/4 inches. So I've taken off that as the 45-degree angle. So now I'm going to line up another 1 3/4 inches along that cut line. Make sure it's straight. And there's your diamond.
Right.
Okay, so I will show that again because it's one of those that you do need to watch a
get your head around.
Get your head around. So
how many of these diamonds are you going to need then? These are all diamonds, aren't they, actually?
So 4, 6, 8, 12. You're
Yeah.
going to need 12 of these.
So you'll be an expert by the end of...
Yeah. And also, well, the quilt behind.
Yeah.
You'll be so a Lone Star quilt, again, it's not something that people tend to do is at a beginner level, is it? It's something they do a bit more down the line. So hopefully...
Once you know how to do this, absolutely dive into that diamond book that we're going to be talking about next hour.
So I'm definitely going to be watching the next hour to have a look at that as well. I think I might actually put that. That's on my list of the next quilt to make, actually, is a Lone Star quilt. So 45-degree at the end, remembering your 1 3/4 strip, so it's a 1 3/4 cut. There we go. Happy?
Yeah.
Right. So you've got your diamonds now. So now we're going to sew them together. Now there's a couple of I do actually want to show you a way of making how not to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because it's very easy to go wrong.
You're using rainbow there, aren't you? That's
I'm using the rainbow just for this sample because it will stand out a lot more. And also, I cut into too much of the other ones. Well, I'm using the blossoms. That's my fault, I'm afraid. Okay, so it's very tempting to just, if you lay out your diamonds like that, so you know that those two need to go together, and those two need to go together, and then eventually the sewn strips will go right sides together and sewn up.
Okay.
Now, if I sew that like that, in fact, I've got enough to do it actually, I will. So it's very tempting to go, right, those need to go right sides together, so you'll line them up. This is how not to do it. But I think it's just as important to show you the wrong way.
Did you see that, Paul?
So as you can,
the wrong way of doing it.
So as you can see now, I've opened that out and you see they don't meet.
No, they don't.
Because I've sewn that, the right sides together with a 1/4 inch seam, but I've not offset the seams. So
how do you get them to line up to be a strip then?
Well, I'll show you. So that is gone.
Okay.
So that's wrong.
Can I just unpick that though? And
you can unpick it, yeah. The one good thing about this fabric actually is it unpicks really well. Trust me.
Good.
I've done it a few times. So, okay, so now I'm going to choose some bright ones so you can see. So we know that those two want to go together, but we know you can't line them up. So you turn it over because you know that seam wants to meet that one. Now I'm just going to do this straight. So you need to offset the seam by 1/4 inch. So it's got 1/4 inch sticking out on that side and 1/4 inch on that side.
Are you just doing that by eye?
I'm doing it by eye. If obviously at home, especially if it's your first time, mark in a 1/4 inch here and on the back piece here, and then maybe if you want to put a little pin in it. I am doing it by eye, so I might be a little bit out, but I just want to show you as much as possible.
Okay.
So, and then you take that to your machine.
And are you sewing between those points now? Are you going to sew?
I'm sewing, yeah, in between those points.
Yeah.
So the needle will start just off the fabric. There we are. So try and have a needle down. I'll move that in a minute. So as you can see, I'm usually quite a fast sewer, but for something like this, I take my time. So then, when I open it out, I'm just going to cut off those little dog ears now and some threads. When I open it out...
Ah, they're in line.
They're in line. That's just a bit sticking out that I just need to cut off.
Right.
So I'll show you
please
again.
You've gone through that. So, 1/4 inch overhang.
So line them up, 1/4 inch overhang, like that. So
does
on
it matter
either side.
which edge are you lining up there? Sorry.
So I want them to be like that.
Yeah.
So I flip it over.
Okay.
And then offset there. So you've always got an overlap on each side.
With you.
Okay. And I'll just do that one more time. There we go. Okie doke. Right. So then we're going to give them a press. So I'm going to open them out. Yeah, that's good. Happy with that.
Any particular way that you need to press your seams?
I'm going to press these open because I'm going to show you how to the next trick of lining them up. Because again, if I sew these right sides together again, you'll be out by the 1/4 inch.
Right. Are you working with bias edges here?
Yes.
So be careful. You're
be
not
very
warping
careful.
it.
I definitely recommend if you've got some best press it a really, really good spritz, definitely. Because you're working with a lot of bias, so it can very easily go out if you manipulate it a little bit too much. Now, there's lots of ways of, you can see on YouTube or whatever of people doing this. This is my way of doing it. I'm hopefully going to show you a very easy way of lining up these diamonds to offset the seam, which doesn't require, you do need a pen. You can have your erasable pen or a biro, it doesn't matter, you're not going to be able to see it. So now we want to put those together, and like I said, if I line them up like that straight, we'll have the same mistake as before, they'll be off. So what you need to do, work out which ones you're going to be going on the top. So this one here, I'm going to mark a 1/4 inch. Just slightly where the seam is. So I'm just going to mark there. I don't know if you can see that very well. Should use a darker pen. And then, so I'll just double check again. That's where my mark is. And then I need to mark this one, but on the reverse side. So I'm just going to flip that over. And again, I'm going to mark just over that seam.
Right.
So double check and check again. Yep. And that's that. Now, this is where you need 2 pins. Quite small pins.
And you generally don't pin, don't you?
No,
so
I'm not a pinner at all.
Absolutely pin at this part.
So this here, the one on the reverse side, goes straight down where your stitches are, where you've put that mark. Straight down into it, like so. Yeah. And then your other mark line, you'll go into it on that right side facing. So that pin has gone straight down like that. That's going to hold it all together, and then you get another pin. I'm going to use a flathead pin actually. These are nice and sharp. Oh, hello. And then you'll go and pin the whole thing together like so, like that. And then you can take that pin out, and then you sew that together. So there is many ways of doing it, but I found when I was playing around it, that was the most accurate way. There we go.
Sorry, they're laughing at me that I'm doing a very intense, this is my concentrating face, guys.
And then you will get them lined up perfectly. Let me just give that a press so you can see. And you'll trim off all the edges. Trim off, sound of a trim off.
Trim off.
Trim off.
And open again?
Open seams, yeah.
Yeah.
Give it a press, give it a bit of a best press as well.
Oh, nice. That's matched perfectly.
Perfect matching. There we go.
So you're making 4 of those
You'll
sets,
then
basically.
make 4 of those, yeah. So you'll make 4 of these, and you see how that's matched up perfectly.
Yeah.
But it's worth taking the time to line them up and pin that way. It really is worth it. And then you're going to look a real pro if you're doing it.
Absolutely.
So I'm quite pleased with that. So here's the ones I made earlier. Now we're switching back to the blossom. So now we need to, so imagine I've made all 4. I am now going to sew. These ones are just normal meeting in the middle here. So you can just sew those normal right sides together. So I'm going to go on and do that now. Now, you might want to put a little back stitch in there as well, so you don't want anything coming loose there.
Right. We've got a message come through about the delivery. Go on, Hannah. Thank you. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Postman's just arrived with my Cafe big bundle. I heard about this with Rebecca Reed. I didn't see it, but I heard about this bundle. May have to spend some more time looking at it. Thank you, Sewing Street, for the swift service. That was from Diane. Thank you ever so much for your lovely message. Oh, how exciting. I didn't know we had any Cafe. Is it all gone now? The Fat Quarter bundle sold out, yes. Hannah's having a look. Oh, well, I've already said about the app, so Hannah's saying I'm not supposed to say, I don't think. I think there's more to come. Speaking of more to come, whilst we're doing all the spoilers, when are you bringing back
I will be having a delivery tomorrow.
Oh!
So yeah, the bunnies are coming back. Yeah.
Oh no, hang on. I don't think they'll be on air tomorrow. Don't think, but so that means it will come back soon.
Yeah, but there'll be more instructions and panels available. So I don't know when they'll be bringing it back out to sell, but there will be more. They're on the way. So if you missed out, you will be able to get one.
They all sewed so quick, didn't they? Oh, they're gorgeous.
So I
love the bunnies.
Sew those right sides together. Now this is where
the Y seam comes in.
So here we go. This is where you need. Have I got a friction pen?
Yeah.
I've got one somewhere.
What colour would you like?
Any, I don't mind. I'm very easy. Lovely, thank you. Okay, so now the bet there's again there's plenty of ways to do this. You might want to try a couple of different ways. This is just the way that it worked for me. I think everyone's got their own little ways of doing things, and it's trial and error, isn't it, of what works for you the best. So what we're going to do, we're going to mark your 1/4 inch. I'm just going to do the whole line so you can see rather than just do dots. Down the points of each of the triangle. Again, you would have already cut out all these pieces. It's all in your instructions anyway. So you've got that little, so it shows you exactly where that 1/4 inch square is there.
Okay.
Now, you're going to start on one side. So imagine that's my wrong side. So most of there's other ways of doing your Y seams. You'd actually leave this little bit open by 1/4 inch. I haven't. I've closed that completely.
Okay.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is where that little cross is on that, right on that point there, that's where I'm going to start with my needle down, in the down position. So I'm just going to...
That means that you're definitely going to land there, because if you were to start at the point, you're not as accurate.
You could overshoot it, yeah. So take it to your machine, and if you've got a needle down button, press that, or just use you want it to be really accurate, so you can turn it down if you wanted to. So again, I'm just doing it by eye today. Okay, so I'm happy with that. So what I'm going to do, a couple of stitches, and then a couple of back stitches. You see how slow I'm going, take your time. And then sew along the rest of the line. All the way to the end, and then a few back stitches there. Then I'm going to take it out.
I'm happy with this part. It's the next one I struggle with.
So the next one, because if you're really accurate with that first one, this bit should be a doddle.
Ah, okay.
So then, sorry, I always make a mess when I'm here. So then you'll turn it round, so the right sides are now here. Now, again, I'm not a big pinner, but this is where if you want it to be perfect, you really want to take your time. So I'm just going to put that there, so I haven't got to worry about it. And then you get in there, and what you want to do is flip that one right out of the way, So we're not worried about the other side anymore. All I care about is this side. So I'm going to line them up. And then I'm going to start exactly where I finished off, where I started before. So again, take your time, make sure everything's out of the way. And you'll be able to do that just by feeling the fabric and even the noise the needle makes as you put it down.
So again, on that cross, on that little box that you've drawn, that's where your needles go in.
A couple of stitches, a couple back, and then to the end. And then...
Oh, thanks, Janet. Janet says, don't you just love watching Delphine? Calm instructions.
Oh.
And there's a lady who messaged earlier who says, hi Vicky, how come the fabric doesn't get chewed up underneath in the feed dogs? She says, do you put paper under it? She says, I love watching Delphine. So, because sometimes your machine doesn't like sewing on nothing, basically. So if you'd have started on that point, I find, it does get chewed underneath. Whereas if you're starting on the fabric,
it won't.
On the other side, it won't.
And I think I've shown you a little trick before in the. Oh, by the way, give it a really good press, and open out your seams. If you've, when you start doing, if you sew lots of little triangles together, and you're doing that chain piece in, just start with a folded piece of fabric first, and it won't get chewed in your.
Feed a little bit of fabric underneath it before, right? Okay.
Look at that.
Nice.
There you go.
Perfect Y-seam.
And perfect
Why
Y-seam.
would anybody be scared of one? Look at that. That looks amazing.
So there we go.
I really like the idea as well of building up these skills to have, a more challenging block at the end.
And this is going to look lovely when it's all finished.
Yeah.
So now we're going to sew these together. And then we're going to do it again with the square. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly sew those two together right sides.
We've got a few minutes.
You haven't got to offset them or anything like that. I just realised that I didn't do a back stitch there, but it's really important you do. Oh, what's happened? What have I done here? Oh no, you're all right,
That's
Delphine.
right.
You did it right. I'd panic then. I'm going to put in a few...
It's always when we say we've got a few minutes, is when you go, I've got to do it really quick. Well, right.
Well, luckily, the second half of this bit's really quick to put together, really fast. So this is the half that you take your time on. So I'm just going to open these out and get the nose of the iron in there, because you really want that to be nice and flat, because otherwise that's where you'll get your bulk there. So you want to make sure it's really
that's a good
well
idea
pressed.
to press them open then, isn't it?
Yeah. There we go. Let's get rid of those stray threads, so they will get in the way. Okay, so that's that bit's sewn together. Now we're just going to do exactly the same with the square. And of course, if you're using your friction pen, it will all disappear anyway.
It's a good thing about these creative grid rulers as well. It's got that 1/4 inch frosting, hasn't it? So it's really quick and easy to just. I use it to mark all the time.
It's nice having my little ruler. It's a first appearance on telly. It's funny how we get a bit attached to our.
Oh yeah, all your gadgets.
So again, I'm going to start at that point.
Okay.
And go to the end. Make sure you backstitch. Oh, something's going on in the office.
It is very rowdy today, isn't it? No, not in the gallery. They're saying sorry. Not you guys. In the office. You talk about the roads. What's wrong with the roads? Road closures.
Oh yeah. I nearly got stuck in that again this morning, but not as bad. Cut that out. And then flip it round to the other side. Get that pin in there. Hold it in place. Make sure.
What do you do once? Like you're whizzing through these now. Then it's.
Yeah. I could quite happily go and do a whole quilt in these now. if I had time.
Yeah.
Which I don't have
Go
time.
get designing some more bits and bobs for her.
Oh, I've got some lovely designs on the way for you. Well, I like to think they are. I'm excited about them anyway.
If you're excited, then we're excited.
And then all the way to the end. Ta-da! I'll give that a little bit of a snip there. And then you'd open it out and give it a really good press. Like I said, you do need to get a bit of a press. So push those points out like you would if it was like a toy or something.
Okay.
And give that a really, really good press. Snip off any of this excess bit down there because you won't need that. Just tidy it up a little bit there. Okay, so now I'm going to give that a quick press.
That looks beautiful in the Blossom, doesn't it? The Blossom,
pretty.
I believe, is the colourway that you can see your graphics for now, and this is block number 16 of 16. It looks so strange to see the instructions saying 16 of 16.
So give everything a really good press. Have we got much time left?
Not really, but it's up to you. It's.
Oh, I won't need to sew it. I can just exactly show you how to place it.
Thank you. If that's okay.
Yep.
Don't like to
We'll
rush
do that.
you.
We'll do that. I'll tidy that up.
Time's only a concept.
So that's your one half. All you'll do then is sew 2 triangles on the ends, like that. Like that. It took me a while there. It's been a long morning. So you'd sew those to that piece. So that's one half. You put that to the one side, and then you've got your really big piece here. You'll cut 2 strips, making sure that one's facing one way, one's facing the other. So opposite ways. You'll sew that one there first, and then you'll sew that one to there, that there, and then you put them all together.
Oh, nice.
And that's it. There you go. 16.
16
Done.
blocks. We've done it. Jot down today's date because there are some really great tips in there. We've gone through all of the difficult parts. So watch back 23rd of the 10th when you get your kits home on YouTube. Delphine, you're amazing. Thank you so much. We've got loads of lovely messages. Lorraine said, loving the demo, really easy to understand. There's so many people who have messaged saying they loved your demo today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lovely.
You're not going anywhere. We're not letting you go home yet.
I'm going to go and finish sewing up Betty and have a coffee, and then I'll be back. Yeah.
Back in an hour?
Yes.
For 2 hours?
For 2 hours? Well, I better make that 2 coffees.
I was going to say, yeah, we'll get you tea on the ready. Thank you ever so much.
Lovely, thank you.
We'll see you in an hour. Right, should we have a quick roundup? And we've got some things to talk about, actually. Have we got that mega bundle, do you know, Hannah? Okay, right, so we've got block 16, which was the first one that we're looking at, the applique block. Both of the panels come with the instructions. So the Blossom one looks like this. Now remember, you'll need a solid colour for your background. Lots of you already have it, maybe. So if you have already been making the quilt, absolutely. No, I didn't. Paul just said, I thought I said, everyone's got it already, baby. I didn't. I said, maybe. Maybe you've already got it. So, this is block number 15. It's an applique project. You've just seen the demo. You get all of your templates. You get your colour key, all of your instructions. Everything you need to know is in there. Plus, you've got today's show to watch back. And all of your fabrics on your panel for $7.99. You can't go wrong. Exclusive panel, exclusive instructions. And I think, do you know what? This is a great one to do, even if you're not doing the quilt. If you are doing the quilt, get another one of those. It's John Morgan's favourite block, Delphine was saying. So absolutely love, love, love it. Okay, we've also got the rainbow, which is this one. This is, again, exactly the same instructions, all of your colours and your instructions. There's something in the water today. There is something in the water. They're giggling like, honestly, it's not very often that we, there's such lovely tonic in the air today. There must be some gin somewhere as well as the tonic. It's not very often that I hear Such laughter all the time. It's lovely. So we've got the panel, which is exclusive to us, and your instrucciones. Sorry, graphics are out. Hannah's moving me on. It's fine. Moving on up. Let's do block 16, the one that we were just looking at with Delphine. Is this one. Blossom looks like... Wait, you've just seen it. You've just seen it. Sorry. I've lost it. Right, there's your block. There's your panel, sorry. All of the beautiful, beautiful fabrics. I had never noticed this one had little bumblebees on. That's so pretty. So you've got all of these fabrics. They're all coordinated as well. They've all labelled with the corresponding fabrics and the colours that you need for your block. All of your instructions are very, very clear in here, but don't forget to watch back today's show. £7.99 for your instructions and your panel. Brilliant value for money. Well done, everybody checking out. Loads of you getting involved on the block 15 and 16. You will need your solid colour for your background, don't forget. Then we also have 16 in rainbow. Yeah. We're going to talk about the... Oh, there it was, sorry. That's what it looked like in Blossom. We're also going to talk later on, don't forget, about finishing your quilt. So sashing, any questions that you might have about quilting, different ideas that you have as well. What are you planning on doing with your blocks? Are you thinking of putting them onto bags, cushion fronts? Have you already done some from previous week blocks? Let us know. We're just going to have a bit of a roundup at 11 o'clock of everything, putting your blocks together, sashing ideas, border ideas, binding ideas, everything like that. So do get your messages in. Right, so with this one, you of course get your panel and your thorough instructions plus today's demo on YouTube. £7.99, only one P&P all day, so do make sure you're continuing to check out your basket as many times as you want. You don't need to worry about paying £3.95 each time. We've got a picture of the next quilt that's coming up. So we've just been talking about diamonds. This is the perfect timing to launch this amazing book. So we did put it on pre-order earlier on at 8 o'clock this morning, but this is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? The book itself is incredible as well. There's so many amazing projects. So we're going to get Sarah back on air with me and lots of demoing today. So if you've got any questions for Sarah, get them in. Don't go anywhere though. We've got the brand new book, plus we've got some beautiful bundles coming up right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and Gemporia.com.
Thanks for seeing me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in the school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show.
If If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye!
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I absolutely love this book and I'm so pleased that you do too. Those of you that saw it right at the start of the show have already absolutely loved it. Had maybe a little bit of a head start as well in that last hour talking about diamonds. So if you thought, do you know what, I can do that, why not get yourself a beautiful book? This is, I think, a lot of people are thinking for Christmas projects as well. This is really, really great. So it's going to be in the bundle. So don't worry if you want to get the colourways that you've seen the quilt made out of. It's been super duper popular on its own so far. So I just wanted to let you know that it is available on its own. We'll have a good look through it though with Sarah because it's absolutely brilliant. The designs in here are fab. They're gorgeous. I mean, look at this. And if you're thinking, oh, I don't know whether this is out of my skill set, stay tuned, watch this show and we'll learn so much together. You've got a lovely autumnal one, Christmas ones, look at that, Winter Star. I love them, absolutely love them. There's some great great projects in here. In fact, how many different quilts have you got? 12. And there it says easy construction, skill building projects. It actually seems like more in there, but I suppose if you're changing the colours, it's going to look completely different, isn't it? Such a packed book with lots of information. So that's it on its own, but as I said, it comes in bundles as well. So the blue one first, as I know, everyone is thinking the same thing. How lovely is this for Christmas? And not just Christmas, actually, winter. I think it's nice to be able to have something that isn't screaming, ho, 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 Merry Christmas. It's something that you can have all season. So, if you do want something all for the winter, I think it's lovely. I'm thinking with metallic threads and all sorts, you can go to town on it. So, you get your book. You also then get, tell you what, amazing price point, for 6 metres of fabric and the book. So, 2 metres of silver, 1.5 metres of this colour, which they say is navy. I know it's not navy. Can we write this down and tell them that it's not navy? Because that's definitely not. That's purple. 1/2 metre of claret. 1/2 metre of claret. 1 metre of denim. And 1 metre of sky blue. Plus you're getting your book. And this is to make up the one that Sarah's made ready. There's the centre of it. Oh, it looks absolutely awesome, doesn't it? Amazing value to say that you're getting all of your fabrics that you need to get going. 100% cotton, quilting weight, plus you're then getting your instruction book as well. I mean, that is a lot for your money, lots for your money. We've got another option as well, which is still very autumnal. It's got lots of lovely tans and oranges, which I love. Comes with the book, this time with a white background. So that one's a silver background. This time you're getting 2 metres of your white. Paul, it's doing the update thing again on our screen. Thank you. So you're getting 2 metres of your white. You're also getting 1/2 metre of that lovely tan with the mottle effect. 1.5 metres of purple, dark purple. 1 metre of magenta, which is the lighter purple. And then 1 metre of tangerine also. How lovely will this look? And you get your book, £64.99 for your whole bundle, the whole shebang. Absolutely brilliant value for money. We're going to talk about other bits and bobs and how to make, getting that Lone Star angle, that lovely diamond shape so perfectly with Sarah and the construction of it. Because when you first look at it, normally obviously when you're looking at blocks, you can see exactly how it's constructed, whereas with this it looks quite daunting, doesn't it, if you're doing this for the first time. The finished quilt, I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. Have a look at this. And Sarah, is it something that is going to be achievable for most levels?
Yeah, definitely. Because as you touched on, Vix, it's a skill builder book.
Okay.
So what I'd suggest is, if you've never made a Lone Star before, like me, then start at the beginning.
Okay.
And it gives you really comprehensive instructions, talks you through the whole thing. In fact, what we're going to do today is the sampler project. But if you've made Lone Stars before, then feel free, just dive straight in, go towards the back of the book with the more complex ones. And there's enough fabric in those bundles to do some of the more complex ones as well. So don't think that there's only fabric there to make the smaller ones. There's not. You've got enough to make any of these ones at the back.
Oh, brilliant.
So yeah, for whichever skill level that you're at.
Oh, that's good to know, isn't it? So those of you that have done a Lone Star before, you can still jump in on one of the...
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, start at the back. But if, like me, you've not done it before, start at the front. It gives you all the hints and tips. We're going to talk through it now anyway. But then just work your way through, and then as you progress, you're adding to your skills, and the quilts become a little bit more complicated.
So can you show me on behind where the blocks are? How is that constructed?
Yeah. So they are in, I suppose, eighths, you could call them. So we're going to make this diamond today, and then you'll attach 2 triangles either side of it. Then you'll do the same again, so 2 become a quarter, and then you just keep going round. So I mean, I don't know if you can see on the one that I've already sort of part prepped.
Oh, nice. These colours are nice as well, don't they?
So this is Yeah, they do look striking, don't they? So this is like an 1/8, and you sew those two together, which will give you the quarter of your star. But you can play around and have fun with where you want to have either your accent pieces at the end or your centre pieces. I've chosen to make the centres the same as the background. That's what it does in the book, but you could by all means put whatever fabrics you want to, and like you say, it's perfect for Christmas, isn't it, to have some fun and create a nice star with that.
Oh, I'm thinking you could go to town with doing lovely quilting with metallic threads and all sorts.
Yeah, and I know, like, because Delphine's just done an excellent job with the Y seam, that don't worry, you don't have to do any Y seams with this one, so that's good news.
Yeah, because it looks like there's a lot of Y seams there,
but it's because we've pieced this triangle, so they will go together quite well, so you don't need to do any complicated Ys.
Fab. Brilliant. Where do we go?
Okay, so let's start them. So first of all, it's quite similar to the Bargello technique. So we're going to be using strips of fabric. So actually, another thing is, if you had a jelly roll, you could buy the book and use your jelly rolls and make like a random scrappy star, because we're working with 2.5-inch strips of fabric, just cut width of fabric.
So did you use your stripology to cut that?
I did, you know me, yes I did. And then what I did was I made a key, because if you look at the book, it tells you you've got set 1, 2, 3 and 4. So I made a key so that I knew which of my fabrics was going to be my light orange.
That's a good idea.
And it just keeps you all organised. In fact, I've just made a note on here because I need to say hello to a lady called Wendy, who's on the Facebook page. She's making a diamond, I'm not sure what it is actually, but she was piecing diamonds the other day, and she put on a help, can anybody give me any tips? So I said, yeah, watch on Friday. So
oh, hello Wendy!
she said she was going to, so hello Wendy, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, so I've made myself some notes there so that I've got all my colours in the right order. And also what I've done, so if you imagine, these would be like when you're starting off width of fabric. So this is set 1, and I've written on in my friction pen at the end, just so that you keep it all in order, because it's really easy to jumble things up.
Right. So organisation is key with this?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, in comparison to some of the Bargellos, you're only doing 4 sets. So once you've done those, and you only need to make 1 lot of each set, if you know what I mean, to make this quilt. So I think you'll be fine. So tips for when you're piecing them together is, like we do always, sew alternate rows so you don't get that bowing effect.
Right.
So start
I remember
at
you
one
talking
end.
about this before, actually. If you go alternate ways, then
You have to be a bit disciplined, because you just want to because it's like easy sewing, isn't it, when you're sewing strips together. But if you can, try to do that. I've also pressed open, but in the book it tells you can press either to the dark side or...
Have you got points to match?
Yes, I mean, all of these little bits here, I mean, some are spot on, some are a little off, but what I would say...
You wouldn't notice at all,
is just embrace it, because everything's cut on the bias. So if you start, I mean, you can unpick, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'd only unpick if I'd sewn something on wrong and it was going to spoil the pattern. And to be fair, then you've got enough fabric, I'd probably just cut it again anyway.
So would you advise giving it a good spray with best press or something?
Yes, I brought my little travel with me. So definitely best press everything, cut it all out, sew it together. Another little tip when you're sewing it together, if you can see here, is I've staggered the ends. So just sew them, so rather than just sewing them all together as a block, if you stagger them like that, because we're cutting on a 45-degree angle, I think it just makes it a little bit more economical with your fabric and things. So, but it explains that in the book as well. So you'll have all of your strips. So let's have a look. I'm going to cut a couple just to show you. So I'll move those out of the way. And instantly that's what you've got left as well from cutting them all. So you have got, so if you do, you know, your hand slips and you do have a bit of a wobble, you've got enough to, you know, recut some more. So this is strip 3. So I'm going to use, for this, the Creative Grids ruler. Now this ruler is great. It cuts, I think it's up to a 6-inch star. So this is a little bit bigger then. I think it comes out at 8 inches. So, but I've used it for cutting my angle. But to start off with, you might want to, I'll get one of the big rulers and show you how to.
I like this one as well, the one on the top. It's got like a chevrons on. There's loads that you can do with these.
And they're in the book as well, so you can mix and match.
Oh, nice.
In fact, if you want to start off maybe with some of the bigger diamond ones, that might be easier than going into cutting all your strips. But if
can I do it without one of these rulers?
I'm going to quickly just show you. If you haven't got that ruler and you've got your strips of fabric, what you need to do is look on your ruler for your 45-degree angle, which is there on this one. See?
Yeah.
So I would run that at the bottom of my strip, and can you see already, because I've already cut it, but it forms that angle. So if you imagine that fabric was still there, you would make your first cut, and that gives you your angle. So that's your 45 degree. And another tip that, you know, I tend to put a bit of washi tape or something on there so that you
can always see it there, ready to go.
Because you've got 60 degree, 45 degree, all sorts. So you absolutely can do it with just an ordinary ruler. You can even use your markings on your mat, or you can use, if you've got one of those fancy XL stripologies, that's got the...
that's got 45 degree.
Yeah, so you've lots of options, but this is, if you're going to make a lot, this is quite a smart little ruler to get. So let's make the first strip cut. So as you can see, I've put some washi tape on here because I knew that once I got in and I'd be all fingers and thumbs, I'd forget where my cut mark was. So you line the top of your ruler up against the top of your fabric, and let's move it along. So we're cutting at 2.5 inch. So just take a few minutes just to make sure that you're happy with. Might have gone a bit wobbly in transit as well, but you could re-iron it out and things if you wanted to give it a bit of a press. And I'm going to be on a funny angle now, but that's because I've got a little table there, but hopefully you caught that, didn't you? So that's one of them. And you just keep going on.
Keep making your strip sets.
Yeah, so that's number 3. So let's put that over there. So I now need a number 4 because I've already cut 1 and 2. So again, you see you've got all your different colour placement of your strips. And literally, just popping it back on again. So line this up at the top and get straight down there. You've got a nice angle to follow. And you've got your non-slip grips. I mean, obviously you wouldn't be leaning over like me, but it just shows you how easy it is, even when you're doing it on a wonk. So that's how you cut your strips.
So is this at the point that you need to be careful with them, with the bias edges?
Yes.
Now you've cut them?
Yeah, so try to handle them as little as possible.
Okay.
Say we've already given them a spritz of best press, so we shall see how that all goes. So now we want to construct the diamond. So on the next page it shows you, let's pull the book into shot so we can see. It shows you start off with set 1, set 2, set 3 and set 4. So set 1 at the top, and set 1 is the one that's got your end piece on, so that's quite easy to know as well. So we'll lay that there. Then set 2 is going to be, not that one, I think it's this one.
So it's quite similar to doing a bargello, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Turn it around, that's it. I tell you, no matter how many times you think, oh, that's it, and then you've just got to keep looking and checking. There's no problem in doing that because you don't want to sew it wrong, because that's when you have got to start again or unpick. Is that one going there?
We've got a question from Jane. Should I pre-wash fabrics before beginning to quilt? That's from Jane.
I don't.
You?
No, definitely do with dressmaking, but not with quilting. I mean, I know people talk about, because you've got strong colours, and if you're using like the batiks and things, then perhaps put a colour catcher in, or just be careful when you do wash it. But I don't, because that's one of the joys of having the lovely crisp fabric straight off the bolt, isn't it? So it makes it easier to cut and work with.
Do you know, it's personal preference, isn't it? I ask sewing people, and it's to wash or not to wash. It is personal preference.
Yes, and there's no, I mean, I guess if you're making a baby quilt, maybe you'd want, there's always exceptions, but do what you try it. I mean, if anybody's washed a fat quarter, I don't recommend washing
jelly rolls. They get in a right tangle.
When
like
people post pictures on social media, like, ooh. But yeah, try it by all means. Right, so there we have the diamond. So that's our end piece. That's the centerpiece. So now we need to start to sew together. So we're going to sew 1 and 2 together. So I'm going to slide those out of the way for now. So what we're going to do is make marks on here with our ruler. So the key with this is an accurate 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
So I'm going to mark along here on the top of the fabric. So let me just turn that way. And again, let's get the ruler, pop it along so that you can see that it's just on a 1/4 inch. Use a friction pen. Don't worry, I know some people again worry about using friction pens. I mean, you could use a pencil, but...
Well, just give it a tester and check that you're happy with how it erases. I generally haven't had any problems with friction pens erasing, but I know sometimes they can leave a bit of a ghost line on.
Yeah, and this is going to be right in the seam line, so worst case scenario, you won't see it anyway.
Oh, that's good.
So we'll just very faint little marks there. Might go a little bit stronger so you can see them on the camera. So, okay, that's those. And then we want to do the same, because this one is going to be sewn right sides together. So this time I'm going to mark it on the top so I can see it from the machine.
So you're marking a 1/4 of an inch from your edge?
1/4 of an inch. And I mean, you could go all the way along, but I wouldn't actually, because thinking about it, you're going to stretch the fabric, it's on the bias. So just go on these seams. I mean, it's more stable there anyway, because this is where you want to catch your intersection. So you're marking those on there. So again, just go back, just check that you're happy with your...
right place.
Because you know, every show, I always sew something on upside down, back to front. So.
Tele sewing is different, isn't it? It's like tradition.
It is. That's it. I've got to keep in tradition. So now we're going to pin them together. So this takes a little bit of concentration just to make sure. Again, it's all about the accuracy with this one. So I bet the guys can come nice and close in. My pin is going through the pen mark where I made that 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
And then I'm looking underneath because I want to find my other pen mark that I made.
That's it, we can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when I've got that, I'm going to push them through. I'm going to give my pin a wiggle and try and make sure that
Just carefully your head. If you push
sorry,
if you push it forward slightly, that might be better. Perfect,
like so.
Thank you.
And then what you want to do is just check that you've got this little bit peeping out at the end, which is what you want, so that's good. And then another little check is to carefully fold back this top bit. Don't know if you can just see there. You're looking for a line that runs along here, which it does fairly straight.
Okay.
So you've got that, you know you're on the right track. Now, if you are new to this, you can have a little bit of extra insurance. It's called the glue pen.
There you go. Do you know what? I've not seen it used in this way. They're always...
When I first started doing them, I used it all the time. But then once you've made sort of 1/4 of the quilt, you've become more competent anyway, so you probably don't need it. But if this is your very first Lone Star quilt today, get a glue pen and just put a little dab. Again, it's going to be within the seam allowance, so it's not going to... and it dries clear anyway. So the only thing with doing that is when you come to press your seams, you will have to go to one side because you won't be able to get them pressed open, but it doesn't matter. Press down and then that seam is not going to move. So even if your pin slips when you pull it out when you're sewing, you should still keep your seams all in line. So we'll go again and through the bottom one. So it seems a bit laborious, but it's all, well, as with quilting, it's all in the accuracy, isn't it? And
oh, absolutely. So
precision.
you know when you say about getting your 1/4 of an inch accurate, does it need to be, would you check on your machine that it's accurate, or is it as long as it's kind of consistent?
Yeah, I would check. I mean, I had a little check today, and obviously all machines are different, like we know.
Yeah, that's it.
And another thing that I did with this is I took my 1/4 inch foot off at home.
Right.
Because I found, because you know it's got that little lip on the side.
It drags.
So you want to, and you want to take your pin out at the last minute. And I found it was like catching on there. And then when you may only have a little shift, but it's enough to send you off course.
Right.
So I've got the needle set up on the 1/4 inch position, but I'm actually just using the ordinary foot.
Right.
So I just found that was easier. And I noticed when you watch a lot of the YouTubes and the American quilters and things, a lot of those, because they're using industrial machines, they don't use 1/4 inch feet anywhere. They've just got a very narrow foot. So just try whatever works for you. So last one in there. And once you've done a few, you become a bit more
of a pro.
And again, at the end, you're looking to have that bit hanging off the end.
Ah, okay.
So check, because at these points, if you haven't got that, you might need to recut, go back to the drawing board. It's worth just doing that at that stage.
Yeah, that's quite an integral point, because that will mean that all of your points are going to match up. If
Yeah, got a better chance. Yeah. Okay, so with all that pinned, we will now take it to the machine.
So you're going to leave them in, like you say, to the last minute,
Yes.
really?
Yeah, and also I'm going to use, because I'm not familiar with, say, quite, with the 1/4 of an inch on this one, I'm just going to go quite steady, and you want to make sure that literally the marks that you've made, that's where you want to sew through.
Okay.
So again, you could, let's just do that, just to show, if you're a beginner, you could pop yourself another little mark on here, and so you've got something to follow. But you'll see, I mean, as you go along, I didn't do a reverse back either, because again, it's all going to go into the seams, so. But you can, if you can, or you could do a locking stitch. So we're coming up to that first mark, and I'm going to leave my pin in right to the end.
Susan said, can you tack mark the seam instead of using glue?
Yeah, I think I've seen some examples where you based, or tack,
Lots of people got the bundles in their basket. Which one's most popular, the blues or the oranges? Is this one called Autumn, the oranges? Oh, see, do you know what? I thought straight away that the blue was going to be the most popular, but then when I've seen it coming together, I love this autumny one. The oranges look absolutely beautiful. And it comes with the book, by the way. It comes with all of your fabric, which is 6 metres of fabric, and your book. You can get the book separately, but the bundles are great. They work so well, and it's brilliant value for money. Everything for the front of the quilt is there, and as Sarah said, there's absolutely there's enough fabric in there that you can actually do one of the bigger stars actually towards the back of the book. So it's up to you which one you want to do.
Okay. And I was going to say something then, I can't remember what. Anyway, not to worry. We'll press, just set your seam.
This is the moment of truth.
Moment of truth, yes. And I'm going to press open, just because I think I've done both, and I feel I got a better, flatter effect. I think that one I didn't, and that one I did. But, do whatever you prefer. Just got that little bit where the glue wasn't, where it stuck. But yeah, try the glue if you've, because I mean, we've all got the glue pens. And there we go.
Nice.
It's not too shabby. So again, just embrace. Some will, some won't.
It looks really good.
Don't worry too much. Sometimes you think, oh, that's just like one hair off, but once it's all sewn together, nobody's going to know. So let's do the next one.
So do you do them all into pairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we're going to sew 3 to 4. I mean, once you get going, you could do a bit of chain piecing. Okay. But say if you're a beginner, I wouldn't recommend that to start off with, because that's probably going to be your biggest pain. 'Cause if you do so, if you turn that upside down, say, I'm tempting fate now. You're gonna, if you sew that, it's going to spoil the look of of what you're doing, and then you will be cross with yourself.
So before you sew anything, just check.
Yeah,
again.
every single time I do, I will go back and check this and just make sure you're happy with it. So this is number 4. That's 3. So we're going to draw our marker on here again. So again, maybe seems a bit tedious, but if you do it, it will help with your results, I promise. And I think that's why, as beginners, sometimes we look at the projects, don't we, and we think, oh,
I think it's nice. It makes it less you've got a bit of everything there. You've got lots of quite simple sewing, straight line sewing, but it's practicing your accuracy and your organisation, isn't it, more with this one?
Yeah. Yeah, you can take your time, do a bit of mindful sewing, and you're not rushing it. And it's quite nice because you can do it in quarters. So you could easily get a quarter done in an afternoon and then think, right, I'm going to go and do something else now and come back to it. Okay, so there's our markers. And again, let's go back and just check. Okay, so we're happy with, no, we're not happy with that, are we? I don't know. Here's me saying.
I have to look at it on the camera to see what's right.
I know, yeah.
Hang on, where is that wrong? That's right. No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Have I done that wrong? No.
You need the all the same colours on the outside, don't you? So you need the magenta-y one.
That's it. Yeah. Because I'd not like. Yeah. No, it's not right, is it? So make him.
Oh no, we're all discombobulated now. Can you see? Yeah, put it back onto the screen
that
again.
One. That's it.
There we go.
Gosh.
I can see it so much better when I see it on like a photograph. Do you know what I mean?
It's that painful TV to watch them, but yeah, it's because that was literally
well done.
That way round.
Well done.
But you know, you just think,
no, it's worth spending that minute just triple checking, isn't it?
It is. See, I didn't let myself down there, did I, by doing it?
No, because like you said, you want to spend that time because you're working with bias edges. You don't want to be doing too much unpicking with it.
Definitely.
Oh, well done.
So pins are in there, and again, peel back. See there, so we've got that line going across. It seems like a daft thing to do, but literally if you do that, you're probably not going to go too far wrong.
Right.
So definitely a top tip. And then just check again, we've got a bit of overhang, so that's good. So let's continue on. Yeah, this is definitely not one to do on a late night or...
No, have a fresh mind.
Yeah. And then through there again. And again, check we're okay with that. And last one. So once you've mastered the technique, you'll be an expert at doing your points and...
Oh, and it's a lovely skill to have actually, isn't it? These stars look amazing. A lone star looks so impressive.
Yeah. Right, so back on again.
Your main graphic is for the autumn quilt, which is the one that Sarah's working with. And it does include the book. Bundle this time includes the book, which is great value.
Okay, so get quite as close as you dare. I mean, I'm not one for sewing over pins, but I know some people do. So
No,
again...
that's a good idea not to, isn't
yeah,
it? It's good to get out of the habit.
I think gluing definitely helps if you... I just call it that extra bit of insurance. Okay. Oops. So, quick set of the seam and open we go. Are we okay for time yet?
Oh yeah, we're good for time.
But yeah, I think it's nice just to try something a bit different, a bit out of your comfort zone as well.
Yeah, did you enjoy it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. It's perhaps something that I wouldn't have necessarily picked up to do myself, but it's quite nice just to be sent things because it forces you to... I think we're all a bit guilty of that. We sort of gravitate towards...
We're creatures of habit, aren't we? If you've done something before, you're like, oh, I'll have a go, I know how to do that.
So there's our points. Okay, and let's give it a squib of best prep as I've knocked it on the floor. But yeah, if you've got that, it's perfect.
I don't know whether Best Press comes into stock and then disappears for like months. I think it's quite hard to get in.
I know.
I don't know where Best Press has gone. It seems to just disappear off the web. I don't think we've got any in stock at the moment.
No, I
If you've
think
got
I had a
some,
look.
It's really handy. Whenever we get it in, it goes into our town crier hour, doesn't it, Hannah? Oh, hear ye, I hear ye, shout from the rooftops, it's back in stock.
Right, so now you've only got 2 bits to worry about. So that's on the outer bit, that's on the inner. So we're going to sew these 2 together. So this is, we're going to mark this on the top. So again, exactly the same. So sorry if it's a bit repetitive, but I suppose it's good to show that basically once you've mastered this as a skill, you're repeating it throughout. So it's not too bad. Okay, and then this is going to go on top. So we'll sew this on the back. So I'll mark it on the back. But yeah, I do love the friction pens, I must admit. I've not had an experience of them not disappearing, so I guess you just got to be careful, haven't you? Okay, so gone back to check.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Paul's going to be sick of that shot.
No, it's correct. It looks right.
Oh, there's still time. There's still time. And again, same technique. So pin through the mark we've made. Find the one underneath. Give it a wiggle.
Is this the way that it's suggested in the book, or is this your tip?
It is. Yeah. This is how they suggest it in the book, and they didn't mention the glue, so that was a Sarah bonus. But yeah, they did. And then just check again that you've got your little bit there. But yeah, I think like with most things, there's loads of different ways of doing things, isn't there? I'd say I just found it better to leave my seams open, but I know some people like to press them. I mean, sometimes they'll just flop to one side anyway, or as you press them, you'll catch them, won't you? So just got to do what's best for you. Fingers and thumbs now, but yeah, that's not too bad. And then the last one.
Like you say, it's worth taking that extra time to pin, even if you're someone who doesn't generally pin. In these instances, it does really make a difference.
I think you'd have to be, I don't know, somebody like Jenny Doan.
Yeah.
She probably wouldn't pin, but I certainly would pin. And again there, got that nice line going across. So there you go. It's only 3 pins anyway, but it's just important because every time you're sort of moving it, I'm conscious looking already, you're moving it on that bias, so then when you come to sew the whole thing together, to get it as flat as you can.
Yeah, you don't want it to warp.
No. So let's go and do this one. Okay.
So if you took the 1/4 inch foot off your machine,
yeah,
how did you, know that you're getting an accurate 1/4 inch?
I did a little test, which I don't know if I have. Me and Delphine earlier were checking because it's always worth doing this anyway. Even I mean, sometimes I do this at home before I started this project. Even though I know my machine, I'll always just run a piece off and just measure just to check. But definitely when I come to Sewing Street, because we don't know which machine we're going to get, so it's worth doing that. It's a 2-minute job. But I say you've got a little bit of extra insurance because you've marked your line on here. As I'm travelling down, even though I can barely see it because I'm at a funny angle. But if I was at home sitting down, you can see, so you know if you're going to be. It tells you if you're going to be on hitting that point. It's a bit like sewing with lines, isn't it?
Oh, it's handy. I used to put washi tape at the side as well.
Yes, yeah, I've tried that.
The washi tape, I know that you used it on your ruler. It comes in so handy everywhere, doesn't it? It's good to put. It's just like a low tack tape.
Yeah, low tack, and it's really good to use.
I get through so much washi tape for random things, like putting up. I don't like, when it was Kieran's birthday, I put banners up, but he's like, don't put sellotape on the walls. You pull the paintwork off, but washi tape doesn't.
Yeah, no.
Washi tape's good,
and it's pretty. So here we go. Moment of truth. We'll just check first of all before.
Yeah, it's still all there.
It might be going over my shoulder. And then we'll just quickly open these seams as best we can.
I suppose there are a lot of seams, aren't there? So opening them is a good way of getting in this book.
I think so. I mean, the book does say to press to the side, but it depends. Say I tried both. But it's quite therapeutic sometimes. And if you've got one of these little baby irons, then it's quite good to get in. And then give it a final press on the top.
If you've been thinking about getting the Prim Mini iron, Hannah's just told me not to mention it because there isn't many in stock. But I'm going to tell you there's not many in stock. Yeah, sorry, Hannah. But it's just because it's like best press. Prim Mini irons come in, disappear for a long time. So grab the mini iron if you want it.
Yeah, they're really good to have. So now the next part, so this is why we don't need a Y seam, is you're going to cut two squares, rectangles. So you have a big one and a smaller one. So the big one is 12 by 12 and the smaller one is 7 3/8, or 8 3/4, 8 3/4, but in the book anyway. So you cut your squares and then you're going to cut them in half, because I've already got 2 that I've done, so we'll work from those. And then these are going to be sewn either side to complete your diamond. So what I'm going to just do is pull...
So this is where you avoid your Y seams, basically?
Yes, yeah. So this is the one that I'm going to match up to. So it's going to go like that. So you can see here I've got a big, this is where I've got my big triangle. So I need to put my big triangle on there because it's actually quite easy to sew them onto the wrong side. So again, good to check. And that one I'm going to sew on like that. So slide that. Now the good bit about this is because just a plain piece of fabric, there's no seams to match up or anything.
Okay. So should it match up? Where are you point to point?
You should have a little bit. You've got a little bit of overhang as well, not as much as you had on the other one, but a little bit. And you could probably pin it actually, but I'll probably get away with not pinning it, as I've not got far to travel. And I think I've mentioned before, when I'm sewing at home, I always keep my extension table on because that just gives you more space. And then I think all the machines pretty much come with extension tables.
Yeah, the 550 does actually. It comes with an extension
so
table.
you may as well leave it on. I think I only ever really take it off if I'm doing like some bag work and I need my free arm, or if I'm dressmaking sometimes. But
I don't know why we don't.
Yeah, I've never seen them here. Yeah.
No, we've got it.
Just gives you that extra bit of working space as well, doesn't it? So 1/4 inch seam again.
Oh, Lisa, she says, I'm sat under my star quilt, hand quilting as I watch you. I love this pattern. It's a lovely book, Lisa. It really, really is. Oh, send in a picture when you've done your quilting.
I think they'll be quite addictive, aren't they, Lone Stars? And
had a message from Wendy. Is this Wendy from the fan page? Oh, morning. Thank you, Sarah. She says, I feel much more comfortable now to have a try at these pesky diamonds. Happy sewing. That's from Wendy.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, she said she was going to watch.
Oh, I'm pleased you saw that.
So this one I am going to press to the side. I'll press it out, I think, on here.
What about 5 minutes, Sarah?
Okay, right. So we'll just get that on. And then I might even get to show you how to do the other one. So again, go back to your block just to check, because that would be easy to put on there. It's not impossible to go wrong.
Yeah. It's good to have it all laid out, isn't it? If you've got space on a table to the side of you, or on the floor or somewhere, that you've got it all.
Yeah. Definitely. And off we go again. Oops.
Like you say, the sewing itself isn't tremendously difficult. It's just, you know, making sure that you're accurate.
Yeah. And yeah, just being methodical and take your time. It's quite procedural, but and obviously don't do it on live TV.
You're doing a grand job. This is great.
Well, it's definitely a different type of sewing, isn't it? But there you go.
Yeah, we love to set you challenges, don't we?
And I might just put a little bit of, any bits that you're not happy with, just best press them to death.
That was like a nervous laugh you did there when I say you do challenges. Oh, yeah, you do.
Yes. I know. I've heard about the challenge that you've given to Delphine and
Kerry. Oh yeah, so we could have done it today with you both here. I really want to do like a challenge, but Kerry's not here. Kerry's here tomorrow.
Oh.
But yes, would you be up for the challenge then as well? Ready, steady, sew.
Yeah, or baking. Baking.
We
I've
could.
got the kitchen.
Yeah.
Kitchen.
That's good.
I did actually many moons ago apply to go on Bake Off.
Did you? Are you a baker then as well?
Yeah, I do. Well, I like baking, but I got an email back saying that they'd had 450,000 applicants, and thank you, but well, thank you.
Oh, have you tried again?
No, gosh, no. No, it's not that I like it with Mary.
What about sewing bee?
Oh, no, that'd be even worse, I think. Gosh, no, I think I must have just thought, oh, yeah, you know, that moment of madness that you think I'll apply for that.
Oh, I haven't watched this week yet. But no, you need to bring us some bacon for us.
I will.
Then.
Yes, we'll do some bacon.
We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? Flapjacks, lemon drizzle. Hayley's quite a bad critique though of baking. She's
because somebody was telling me that the oven works that you've got in the kitchen. So,
yeah, it does work. Yeah, so we could do bacon, absolutely.
I
know we're a sewing channel, but we could do...
Diversification is fine. Well, we can multitask because what I do at home, but everybody else does, you start off sewing, then you nip out and make tea or you do whatever, and you come back and finish off. So
I remember there was a sewing pattern actually once that I was reading, and they gave you recipes through the sewing book. Right, now, whilst it's in the oven, now do this.
Pour yourself a drink.
And bacon.
Oh, lovely. Right, so we're going to sew these together now. So I'd already, just because I thought it might run out of time, I've started to pin, but basically these are what I've just sewn.
Okay.
And so you're matching up these points here. So again, it's that laborious part of pinning in. Sorry if my head's in the shot. Ooh,
it's all right, it's got the update again, Paul. Our computer still keeps trying to update. Thank you.
Oh, I'll tell you what I did do during the break. Got the app.
Yeah, you get the app, remember? The app, we didn't realise, but so many people have messaged in and saying, yeah, the app, you can get the app on Android and on Apple, on any of your smart devices. Just type in Sewing Street into the App Store and you'll be able to watch us live on the app. Did you download it in the break?
I did, yeah. I didn't think it'd work, so I thought I couldn't get a signal. Yeah, because straight away it pops up with the live show.
Oh, great.
And then all the products come up that you're featuring.
Quick.
So I actually thought it was quicker than Facebook Live.
Oh, great. That's good.
So, right. So there we are. So pinned, and then you go all the way down. So we've got 1 minute to sew it.
Yeah.
Go for it. Again.
Oh, thank you, Sue. Thank you for Sewing Street for bundling the book and selling the book separately. It's good, isn't it, to have that option actually, because I know that a lot of people love, you know, the selection of fabrics putting together, but also maybe you've got fabrics at home, you want the book separately.
Yeah.
So no, you're welcome, Sue.
Yeah. So literally, if you are, you know, look at your jelly rolls, and especially if you want to, or your design roll strips and things, if you're practicing and you don't want to cut into all that lovely meterage, just practice with a few of those.
Oh, good idea.
And we go, last little bit. And home stretch down to the bottom. And then
nice. That's a quarter done.
That's a quarter done. So literally, I would just press that out, but I think we probably haven't got time to do that, have we?
No, we haven't. But it is, like you say, quite repetitive, really. Once you've got the hang of it,
so
can just keep going and going.
I can't see the screen, but I don't know what you can see. But those are, so you'd sew those two together. Yeah, get them on. And that's half of your
quilt. Amazing.
Quilt done. Yeah.
And then is it up to you? I suppose you can put borders and however you want to do it.
In fact, if you just want to stick at the sampler quilt like I've done, I think you've got enough meterage left to back your quilt with then, and you could do some scrappy binding, or you may have to piece the backing, but that would be fine. I mean, you've got enough fabric there to play with, haven't you?
That's good to know. That's good to know. And you can do some beautiful quilting on that.
Yeah.
That look gorgeous. Yeah. Thank you ever so much. Amazing. And you didn't sew anything. You've broken your tradition now. You didn't sew anything.
I did have that moment when I was like staring at it thinking, you know when you know, but no, I have broken it. Yeah.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you ever so much. When are you back in with us, Sarah?
I think it's the 10th of November.
Oh, brilliant. Not long then.
Tuesday, yeah.
Is that 2 weeks away? Gosh, 10th of November.
No,
Right, we'll see you then.
fine. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the bundles that we're looking at today, the one that Sarah was working with is the autumn bundle. We called it the autumn bundle. It's got lovely oranges and purples. You get 2 meters of white fabric. You also get ½ a meter of your tan, which is like that lovely mottle effect tan you mixer. You then get, I believe, 1 meter of purple, 1 meter of magenta, and 1 meter of tangerine. Sorry, that first purple's 1.5 meters, so 1.5 meters. Oh, Christine, don't start us off. Don't start us off. You've then also got your book included in the bundles today. So if you loved the colour combination that Sarah's working with, it's brilliant value for money. You do get all of your instructions. Plus, I mean, there's loads of great quilts in here. It's a beautiful, beautiful star quilt book. £64.99. Christine said, are you talking about food again, Vicky? Yeah, she says, I used to love teaching the children at school. I work lunchtimes and bake flapjacks and also fruit and cheese scones with mustard powder and paprika. Oh, they're hot to rate them. They're too hot to take them home, share. Oh, I love, love, love. Amazing. Send them in to us, please. So that's your autumn bundle. We also then have the blue, which is this one. Do you know the reason I'm talking about food again, Christine, is because I forgot to have my breakfast this morning, so I'm going to quickly go and grab my cereal in the break. We've got 2 metres silver, 2 metres of silver, 1.5 metres of navy. It's not navy, it's purple, just a heads up. We will tell them it's not navy. That is the colour that you'll get. 1/2 metre of claret, metre of denim and 1 metre of sky, and they are all that beautiful. I like that it's not just a solid colour. It's got that really lovely mottle effect. It's going to look amazing. I mean, they're both very, very popular indeed. They both come with the book as well. You do get your book, all your instructions in there. The book on its own is also available. If you do want the book on its own, I mean, there's some great designs in here. Choosing your own fabrics. And as Sarah said, they're using 2.5-inch strips. So if you've got any of the barley pops, or any of the design roll, maybe Tula, how different would it look in Tula? Amazing. So if you do want to cut your own 2.5-inch strips from any of your fabrics, or you've got a jelly roll or design roll, even some of our ones are exclusive ones that look great. Lovely. So all of your instructions, everything that you need is there. Oh, you got to take them home to share. Sorry, I misread that, Christine. Oh, we'd like some to share here, please. No one does any baking here anymore. Everyone used to bake. Didn't you used to bake, Paul? Everyone, well, I'm sure people used to do all baking all the time. Oh, I love flapjacks now. Let's go hunting. I like this one, autumnal colours as well. That would look great with the colourway that Sarah was making. And she did say you can dive into some of these bigger projects actually with the meterage that you get in the bundle. So it's up to you. But if you do just want the book on its own, it's £19.99. And I think it's brand new today. As far as I'm aware, it's new to me, new to everybody else here. So gotta be new. Sarah's nodding her head. So yeah, it is new. Amazing book. And it's brilliant value as well, isn't it, for how many projects you're getting in there. Now, we're going to be talking more about wadding in the next hour because we are finishing off our Moving On Up quilt. But I just want to let you know that the wadding, that's half of it, by the way. That's half of it, by the 1/2 metre. It's so wide. You're getting loads and loads of wadding. It's 80/20 cotton poly mix. It will be perfect for this quilt, for the quilt in the next hour, for any smaller projects as well. Remember, you can subcut it into smaller pieces. It's available by the 1/2 metre at a brilliant price of just £6.99 a 1/2 metre. So if you do want to finish any projects off, this is brilliant. Very useful indeed, and it's super, super soft. If you're struggling on the web to check out on multiple units, speak to the customer service team. They'll be able to help you. Some people are, some people aren't. There's only a couple of people who have messaged saying they're struggling to be able to check out, and I don't know why. Don't want you to struggle, so please do speak to the customer service team. Now, don't go anywhere because Delphine's going to be back with me for 2 more hours. Remember, we're not going off air at 12 o'clock today. We're live till 1, and we've got a brand new collection of fabric launching at 12. First, though, this is it, the finale of the Moving On Up quilt. So those of you that have been avidly watching over 60 weeks and more, it feels like we've been doing this for ages, haven't we? So those of you that have been building up all these blocks and want some tips of how to construct your quilt, Delphine is going to do that. But also, equally, if you're just buying one of the blocks, if you bought the applique block, for example, in the last hour, we're going to give you lots of great tips and techniques of how to bind and how to bag out or how to quilt. There's lots of different options. So have a look on the web. All of the blocks are on the early bird pre-order section. So have a good look through over the next couple of minutes, but don't go anywhere because Delphine is going to be talking all things quilting on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I'm not sure whether in that break, did we just show our Becky? Becky Alexander Frost, for those of you that don't already know her. Oh, hello, you gone? Am I on the right, can you see me? Sorry. So Becky Alexander Frost, she is, absolutely amazing at drawing, designing. Of course, she is a bag maker as well, and she's brand new to the Sewing Street team. And she's going to be live on Sunday with Debbie, and she's just the loveliest person. Me and Delphine were just saying she is the loveliest person. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is watching this weekend. I will be there, and send her lots of lovely messages in, because she's literally the loveliest person. Look at what she's bringing us as well. How amazing are these? We absolutely love them. Look at the sewing machines, the detail she's drawn them. They're absolutely incredible. So these two bags, they've literally just arrived in. So I thought, I've got to show them on air because they're amazing. And these two satchel bags, look at this. So these are the two projects that we're going to be doing with Becky. The fabrics are gorgeous. Sunday, she's there. Hi, Becky. Our Baffa, call her Baffa. I know that she says on her advert, you can call me Becky, but we call her Baffa. We can call her Baffa. We want to keep it going. So, yeah, please come on in and say hello to her on Sunday. I'm so gutted that I'm not here to see you, Becky, but I'm sure I will see you soon. So, they're the two projects that we're doing on Sunday. I just wanted to let everybody know, because it's going to be a very, very exciting weekend. In fact, tomorrow's 5 hours as well. Today we're live till 1. Tomorrow we're live till 1. We've got Christmas tomorrow, and John Scott's in the building, so it's going to be extra fun. Right, this hour, what we're going to do is a bit of a roundup of our Moving On Up quilt. In the last hour with Delphine, at 9 o'clock, we were doing blocks 15 and 16. Now we're talking about the construction of your quilt. So this is what your quilt, your blocks will look like. And if you've done it like that, I mean, you might have said, I just want to do the Dresden plate block, or just the applique block, or just the quilt house steps, or whichever way you wanted to do it. You will have a completed quilt. If you go onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on to watch live, and scroll it down, there's block 15 and 16. Everything that we've got available for the quilt, singular blocks, are all there. Now, they will be available until the end of October. And that's it. So if you do want them, you need to grab them before the end of this month. Just want to make that clear. Now, everything is on the website. Speak to the customer service team if you've got any problems, or message us in. We're live till 1 o'clock today, as I say. So if you've got any questions about it, let us know. But all of the blocks are there in both colourways, the rainbow and the blossom. Now, if you want to do the whole block, you'll need 2.5 meters of your solid colour. Now, we've recommended using a white, a cream or a black, but I've seen some on the Facebook fan page with like beautiful magenta backgrounds. I've seen some with blues or pinks. So it's completely up to you if you do want to use different background colours, absolutely, but you will need 2.5 meters to complete the whole quilt. So there's a few options. We will talk about those again in a moment. Let's do our sashing and borders though. So we've got, I mean, we'll talk about what it is, because I know if it is your first big quilt, you're probably thinking, what is sashing and where are the borders? I don't know how to construct all of this. So it sounds silly, but you know, it's terminology that when I first started in the sewing world, I had no idea what it is, and how to construct a quilt would just be mind-boggling. You've got all your blocks. How do I put them together? So if you're working with the Blossom colourway, we'll look at this one first. You're going to get your instructions, and you're also going to have your panel, which looks like this. So you've got all of those lovely prints. This is in Blossom, and all of your instructions. Now, it is personal preference. I know a lot of people will choose to do their quilt differently, and this is what I'm really excited about this hour, is having, you know, Delphine's creative input, your creative input as well. If there's anything that you are thinking you want to do with yours, let us know. Because it's exciting, isn't it, to be able to put together your quilt in different ways, or your cushions, or if you're going to put it onto the front of a bag, or however you're going to construct it, it's up to you. But John does give you all of the instructions there. Plus, of course, you've still got your key in the back for all of your fabrics, but that's your Blossom. We'll talk to Delphine about that in a moment. And remember, it is exclusive to us. We also then have the option B, which is your rainbow. Now, if you've got your board, if you've got your background fabric, you're all good to go. Remember, you'll just need to get 2.5 meters of your background fabric, which you might have already bought previous weeks. So you should have enough. And then you've got your sashing and borders panel, plus you're moving on up quilt instructions. It's exciting, isn't it? I can't wait to see all of your makes. I'm really excited to see all of your pictures. Oh, Becky, this is what I'm excited about Sunday as well. Becky said the sewing machine on the front of the bag is the machine that her parents bought for her when she was 11. How lovely is that? How lovely is that? So absolutely do watch on Sunday. I love all of this, you know, the stories that Becky brings as well. So that's your moving on up sashing rainbow panel. So Delphine, what is sashing? And what are borders?
Well, the sashing is what goes in between the blocks, and the borders is what goes round the edge.
Fab. I know, yeah, it's terminology sometimes when you first start out in the world. I was hearing all these things like cornerstones and sashing, and I was thinking, I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, I think sometimes it can be explained to it's overcomplicated, and it's really not. It's really, really simple.
So, there's a picture of, on this finished one here, in fact, actually. Or actually, Paul's got a picture so you can see. Can you see the little coloured squares? So you can see your solid colours and you can see the solid blocks. It's not the clearest on that picture, to be honest, but when we start to construct it, you'll see it clearer. It will be a lot clearer.
So we'll have a look through a couple of the blocks, and what I'm going to do, there's 16 blocks, so I don't think I could do 16 sashed and borders today. We'll do a couple, so you get the idea. So let's have a quick. So those, someone's looking through some of the blocks that I've done previously.
This is the exciting part, because you can go through and see how far
Dresden.
you've come.
Love the Dresden. So these are some that are made on the show as well. And that one. So there is on the Dresden plate, look at that.
Oh, I love
so
it.
there is actually when there was, what was the first one? Welcome Quilt, wasn't it? The first block of the week. And there is a full YouTube video of John Cole Morgan, because obviously his instructions, that was the one I very near didn't finish. I put that to one side. So I'm going to choose 4. I think I'll have that one. That one.
What did you say?
Sorry, apologise. I was just completely going in a different. So John Cole Morgan's Welcome Quilt, the one that he did the first time. There is a full YouTube video of him actually doing his version of the borders and sashings. Obviously, these are his instructions. So if you go and look at his YouTube,
Sewing Street
YouTube, and put in Borders and Sashing's Welcome Quilt.
You'll find it.
You'll find it, and then it's a full hour, and he explains on how to correct certain parts of the pattern.
Right.
If you're a little bit out in places,
Yeah. That's good.
so really you're getting 2 for the price of 1. So you're getting 2 tutorials.
And is it the same then? It's the same construction.
So it's exactly the same.
Brilliant, brilliant. That's good to know. Thank you.
So I think we'll have those 4 because they're pretty. So I'm just going to move those ones. Sorry, Paul, you had my head in the shot there. So I think we'll put these 4 together.
Just while we have a look at this. So there are 4 of the blocks that you will have seen over the duration. The 2 that you can see, the ones that we did at 9 o'clock earlier on the left-hand side. So, right, how do you start to put them together?
So in the instructions, it tells you exactly how to, for your sashing strips and your stones. So these are all different sizes. So your sashing is smaller than the border. So I've already cut out, I think I've got 12 of these actually, 12 of these strips. And to start off with, just use the 1 block. So it's probably easy to just lay them all out so you can see where they're going to go. I'm quite a big fan of laying things out, usually on the kitchen floor at the moment, but if you've got a big dining table...
Well, you'll have a big sewing room soon.
Oh, well, one day. I'll have a nice big table, so that will be
nice.
Used a lot. So if you've definitely got a big space, lay it all out so you can sort of see in your mind's eye where it's all going to go together. Oh, sorry.
This is the rainbow bundle that you're seeing.
So I thought I'd use this one so it will stand out on there.
Which one are you putting in, sorry, Hannah? Do you see the bottom one? The bottom one of 4? The right-hand corner. That is a nice block, actually, isn't it?
It's pretty
just asked about that block. That was block 11.
So, and then obviously you'll also have your little stones as well. So in fact, I'm not going to put those on just yet. So the first thing we'll do is fold this strip right sides together onto this panel here. So they've already been pre-cut to 12.5 inches. Each block should be 12.5 inches. Now, when we do sew, sometimes they don't always come out the exact size that we wanted them to be.
No.
So it's like what John says, don't beat yourself up about it. All you need to do is, say if you've got 3 that are at 12.25 inches, keep those in 1 row together. If you've got, 4, because there's 4 rows of 4, isn't there? And if you've got 4 that measure roughly around the 12 and 7/8, they're a bit too big. If you can't trim them down, or if you stretch them a little bit, keep all those in the 1 row. So rather than dotting them all around, then it will all look a bit skewy. Yeah. But if you're keeping all the ones that are fairly similar in size on the same strip, then they should all come together.
Because it doesn't matter what order you're putting these blocks in, does it?
No, not at all. I think apart from there is the top number 3 and 3, 9 and 1. As you can see, they've got that green line that goes through the middle. But other than that, I mean, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that it makes an awful lot of difference.
No. Yeah, okay.
But it's quite nice having that line that goes through the middle with the 2 stones.
Yeah, I like that as well. Oh, Wendy Orlando, hello.
Hello,
she's
Wendy.
Watching. She said, good morning, Vix and Delphine. Oh no, the app is not good for hubby. I've downloaded it so I can take you with me everywhere.
Oh,
I have a slight problem with it though, as my basket is empty. Don't worry, I'm sorting that out right now. Well done, Wendy. She's loving the show.
She's so lovely, Wendy.
Oh, she is. She's brilliant.
And it's first time you're meeting Sarah today as well, and she's got such a calm.
Oh, she is so calm.
She's so lovely. Really, really lovely lady. So I've sewn 1 right sides together, and now going to add the next strip onto this end. So you don't have to think too much at this part of the. Especially if you've laid it all out. So you can have a bit of Sewing Street on in the background. You haven't got to concentrate too much. So
it's nice though, isn't it, especially when you've worked so hard putting all these blocks together. I think it would scare me if, this part of it, the construction part of it was, more scary. I know we've still got the quilting and things to do, but this part, like you say, is relatively simple.
And it's really satisfying as well, this part, putting it all together. So all those weeks of work just suddenly pay off when you start seeing it as that one big quilt. So there we are. So I've sewn 2 strips either side of my first block. And now all you do is take your next block and sew that onto that strip. So line it up. You can use pins, especially if you're new to sewing.
Majority of these, I'm looking, aren't directional either, are they? The applique one is, but do you need to think about
block,
that really?
Block 16, the last one, is, I'd have to have a look.
Yeah, there's a few, so just bear that in mind when you're stitching them together as well.
And obviously if you have, don't forget to take your paper out and don't leave your paper in on the FPP.
Yeah, okay. So is this the time to take it out now before you start
Yeah,
stitching?
just take it all out. Yeah. Give everything a really good press before you get going. This is quite a good idea at this point to use a bit of best press on the whole quilt because we're putting it all together in strips, things will move around a bit and things might not measure up, but it doesn't matter, especially if this is your first quilt. Look what you've achieved.
Oh, yeah.
You've done FPP, you've done applique, you've done
Y
seams, you've done so much, so don't worry about it if it just goes out a little bit, because it will. It's just naturally going to go out a little bit. So, and then I'm going to do a strip here, so I'll just put that one on. So you'll make 4 rows with all your 4 blocks.
If you're doing a cushion or something else, would you still do like a sashing round? Would you still make it a bit bigger by putting a border? Or
I would.
Yeah.
I would, because 12.5 inches is quite small, and if you're going to put it on a bed, or you want it to be a statement, don't you? So
Yeah.
I'll definitely put a border on it. There we go. So imagine I've done that. So then what you'll do then is open that out and then just add another block.
Yeah.
And
So
then
4 in a
another.
row.
And then you'll do that 4 times.
So do you do your, I nearly said, Paul keeps saying it in my ear like Sean Connery, sashing. But so do I put the sashing on the sides?
Sashing's on the, you've got me.
It's really hard. Sashing's
on the sides. Say that really, really quick over and over again.
So you put them all of the way along, right onto the end as well.
Onto the ends
Sashing on
as
the
well.
sides. Sashing on the sides.
And then I'm going to just do the bottom one and then we'll construct it with all the little stones. So I'm just going to save a little bit of time.
Oh, no, you didn't hear that right, Andrea. Don't worry. She says, did I just hear that correctly? Did you say that Wendy was calm? No, we didn't.
No, wrong demonstration.
Sarah is very calm. Wendy is opposite. She's absolutely mad as a box of frogs. She's brilliant. She's such good fun.
And she's like that all the time. I wonder when she switches off. I couldn't imagine Wendy being all calm. She's just always so excited, isn't she? And so passionate as well.
She is lovely. She really is lovely.
She's always smiling. She's never not got a smile on her face.
She always comes with treats for us that she's raided from the hotel room as well.
Does she? Oh yeah, she stays at the Crown Plaza in Stratford.
Yeah.
Nice hotel. There we go. And just do that. Do that one. There we go. So make sure you've got your ironing board at the ready. Oh, let me just line that one up. Yeah, Sarah's even put all the white in for me and everything. It's very sweet. Okay, up to the floor. And there we go. I'll just put those 2 together now. And then I'll just get the iron out.
I suppose you can use, when you get home all of your panels, there's so much, it depends on what background fabric you're using, but when you get all of the white around the edge?
I always use that.
It's good to use that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I've used that in some of this actually, because I can tell by the difference of the fabric, because I ran out of white last night. So, yeah, I've used... Did you hear that joke?
Was it me or was it Paul? Who
was it?
It wasn't me, it was Paul. Oh, was it me? No, it wasn't, it was Paul. It was Paul.
And these two.
Got to claim them, Paul, haven't you? Ain't that bad.
There we go. And give that a chin. Right, I'm just going to give these a bit of an iron now, and then I'll show you how we put the two blocks together using the little stones. I'll keep that, don't want to lose that. There we go. It's all gone quiet now.
We're concentrating. So do you know then on the sashing and borders, is this what you cut your cornerstones
Yes.
with, the little squares with?
Yeah, so you'll cut the bigger cornerstones and the smaller ones as well.
Right, okay, brilliant.
I'm not being too precious about ironing at the moment, but...
Oh, Wendy, she says, I don't know what you mean, I'm the most laid-back person I know.
should be messaging me later.
Vix, don't tell them about my treats and blow my cover.
I want
you won't be able to
treats.
get back to that hotel. Oh, no, that's fine when they leave you like hot chocolates and things.
Although she did bring me chocolate brownie at the art gallery last time
Oh.
she was in. That was nice.
Oh.
I was freezing cold in there. The heating wasn't on. And it was a really quiet day. And she came and she just sat with me and had a chat and bought me cake. But you can come again, Wendy.
Sorry, I'm so prickering. We've got Ryan on air today. We're getting everybody on air. It's we've got a new girl in the office as well, Amy.
And she's so pretty.
Oh, she's very pretty, isn't she?
They're a very beautiful bunch in the office, aren't they?
They are, they are. The gallery
And the
a
gallery
different story,
especially.
though. That's why they're in the dark in that room. Keep the pretty girls in the office. Keep Paul in the dark. You look great in the dark, Paul. Look better.
There we are. Let's give those a quick... He's such fun, Paul, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know about that.
He's a lovely chap.
Oh, he is. Keeps me topped up with my tea. I can't complain, he's lovely.
Okay, so now we've got our little stuff. Apologies, I'm just doing these at the random. But you've got your three little stones.
Yeah.
Squares.
Squares.
Whatever you
We'll
wanna
go
call
with
them.
that. Jargon free.
And a strip. So you'll just sew one. So you're going to sew them all together in like one long strip. Obviously the length of how many blocks you're doing. Obviously I'm only doing 4, so I only need a couple.
All of the measurement, all the sizes that you need of these squares, all in the instructions, aren't they?
Yes, they're all in the instructions. I'm actually chain piecing here. So as you can see, I've just done one. So you can take it off and then do another one. But to save time, I'm just making sure that you flip it the right way round. And put that on the top. This is where you watch, I've done it the wrong way. I don't think I have. But if you're going to do it the wrong way, it's always when you're on the telly. It's never when you're at home. There we are.
Hannah says I've done it the wrong way at home. I think she's on about the the sewing. I hope she is.
So there we go.
Go do something in the water today.
No, what am I doing? So I'm not going to sew the end one on just yet because I've got a little tip for that one. So give that a quick press.
Any particular way you're going to press your
To
seam?
the dark side.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's nice and quick. I am a fan of opening seams, but when you're against, if you're doing small projects, I definitely open my seams. But if you're doing big ones, I'm not as fussy. And if I'm against the clock, which...
We're all good for time. We're all good. We want to show some different ways, though, don't we, as well, of you want to do like a bit of bagging out or binding, quilting options.
So again, I have left that one off at the end, as you can see, but I will explain why when we come to that one. So what I want to do is sew that top strip to my block. So I'll start on this side and I'll put right sides together and I'm going to sew pretty much all the way to the end. And as I can see just from eye at the moment, that might be out a little bit. So that's why I'm going to stop about here and then just try it again in case I need to trim any off, and then
Right,
it'll be
okay.
accurate.
That's my friend.
So I'm just going to put these seams together, making sure that they meet.
Need to pin at this point, or
I don't. You can if you want to, but no. If you're new, pin. But it's not a very big piece, really, is it? So you can easily get away with just. So I would back stitch at this point. Keep the needle down. Line it up as you go along. So just put it all out. So this is where you want to start making sure that those seams will meet. So you hold those together.
So it's just making sure that it meets on that central point more than anything, isn't it?
So I'll always have a quick, with each stop and start of the machine, I'll just open those out, making sure that they're going to meet. So I'm nearly there now, so I'm just going to take a little sneaky peek, because obviously I've got two here that need to meet. Take your time, and then I'll make sure that the second one is. There we go. That'll do. I'll just do it like that.
Yes, Christine, there are more people now because we're not in our little box room anymore. We're not in Jewellery Maker's little tiny studio. It means that we've got an office out here now, which is great. So you met Ryan earlier and Amy. Well, we haven't got Amy on air yet. We'll have to get her on at some point because she's lovely.
So I'm just going to, like I said, just stop towards the end because there's nothing more soul destroying that you put in all these on and you get to the ends and it's just completely out. So
okay, so spend that bit of time making sure that it's.
So you open that up and those have met quite nicely. And
Yeah,
you come to the
nice.
end here. Now, if I had that as a 1/4 inch seam, that's going to be out.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is just trim that down at a 1/4 inch just to make sure that it will fit.
And can you pick these
nicely.
colours at random? Does John give you sort of suggestions?
There is suggestions,
Yeah.
but if you're not sure about placement and colours, but you can do it your own way. This is your quilt; you can do whatever you like with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is what's brilliant, isn't it? Everybody's getting the same sort of kit, but I think everybody's is going to be so different. And we saw that with the Welcome Home quilted at the block of the week. Everybody's was so different.
I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's finished and all the pictures. It's almost like that big reveal, isn't it? Of we've put so much work into it. It's going to be make sure they do share because I know people get a bit shy and they don't want to share their work. But something like this, and it's also like you say, it's a community of sewers and seeing what others have achieved.
Absolutely.
See, now I know that's going to meet perfectly. So you just start where you left off. Line it up and there you go, and then that's lined up perfectly in that top corner. So I'll just trim that down and then we'll do it again. We'll give it a press in a minute all together. So I'll put that to one side and now we'll just do the exact same thing again. So I'll take one at random. So 1/4 inch seam throughout. So that I know that's right side's facing that way, so I'm just going to bring that round.
Oh, a little bit chain piecing as well. Look at them.
Got to save time, haven't you? Time and thread.
Finding a shortcut.
There we go. And then open them out. Another piece. Sorry, Paul. I'm like.
You got good roots. Your hair looks lovely.
I had it done on Tuesday.
Yeah, it looks nice. So you wanted to get it on the telly there.
I did, yeah. Thank you, Shah.
Where do you have your hair done? I can't find anywhere near where we live.
She's amazing. Her name's Shah Williams. She owns the Vanity Box in Leamington Spa. Do you know where the Fat Pug is?
Yeah.
It's next door to the Fat Pug.
Oh, thank you. We'll try it out.
Yeah, she's really good. Very professional. But it's quite nice. You know when you just go into a hair salon and you just like, because I'm not very good at like what I want to do. My hair's either down or it's up.
Yeah.
I'm not very, not as glam as you, Vicky.
Oh no, I'm really
She's
bad at
very
doing my hair.
glamorous, very glamorous. And so I just go in there and she'd be like, what do you want? I'm like, whatever you like.
Oh, that's always what I say to the hairdressers. They don't like it. They're like, no, you need to tell me what you want to do. And I'm like, honestly, I don't know. Do whatever you want.
So I've gone all autumnal.
Yeah, it looks lovely.
So I've got chocolate browns and blondes and coppers in my hair.
Oh yeah, we can see it all. Looks lovely.
Anything to cover up the grey that's starting to come through now. There we are. So I'm now going to do it to the... No, not that one. Don't want that one. Do it to this one. Now again, what I would do, leave that bottom bit off, sorry. So I'll leave that bottom bit without one on to start with. I'll add that on at the end. So flip right sides together, and again I'm going to start on this side here. There we go.
This is a great first quilt to do, isn't it? It really is. Even if you're joining in for the first time with this and you're thinking, oh, do you know what? I wish I was here from the start. You can still do it. And because all of the shows are recorded, you can obviously watch them all back on Sewing Street YouTube channel. So you don't need to miss out on anything. You can still sew along with everybody else and do it at your own pace. There's no sort of expiry date on it. The only thing that I would say is if you are planning on doing it, get get as many as you can before, because they're only until the end of October. So if you are thinking of starting it, don't buy them week by week. Get as many as you can, because yeah, they're only until the end of October.
I'm nearly at the bottom now. So I think that's going to be, that's spot on actually, so no need to trim that down, I don't think. I'm just going to take another look. Now of course if you have got time, what I would do is start sewing the bottom one, the next set of blocks as well, and then you'll do that afterwards just to make sure it all meets perfectly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'll just put one on, I don't think that needs trimming. So I'll just take that straight over. I'm not going to iron it, I'll just go straight to it.
At home, would you iron at every point?
Yeah. Yeah, with each time I do a strip, I'd iron it. And especially, again, like I said before, if you had some best press, using that as well as you go, because you can always wash it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you know, help yourselves out a bit. You know, you don't have to struggle when you've got all these amazing tools and things that you can use to help you along your way. So if you haven't got any best press, just a bit of starch will do. Starch smells a lot nicer these days than what it used to.
Oh, the best press. It smells like, there's a lavender one, there's a linen one. They smell lovely. They make your workroom smell really nice.
So there we go. There's that one there.
Lovely. So then you just repeat and repeat, and like you say, you add your blocks to that. You wouldn't do another one of those with sashing all the way around. You add the next block.
You just add the next block.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm with you.
So that's what I mean, you can just really switch off on this bit because you can't really go wrong. And if your points don't meet, don't worry about it, because there's always going to be something that's going to be a little bit out. And it's like with anything when we quilt, we always beat ourselves up with anything, don't we, like quilting or any type of projects, and if we go wrong, we always draw the people to the mistakes, going, oh, but don't look at my bottom right hand corner, I made a mistake.
That's such a human nature thing to do, isn't it?
Nobody would see it, they'd be like, I can't even tell. But now you've brought it up.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, don't worry, nobody will notice.
Oh, I do that all the time about my spot. I'm like, you're looking at it, aren't you? And they're like, no, but now I am.
I've got one right on the end of my nose here. And
Teresa's asked when the first one was demonstrated, please. Please, Hannah. She'll have a look for you.
I'm just going to give this a really quick press so we can move on to other things. You can tell I did that at home because I've got a dirty iron, like you can see. And also, if there's going to be a block that you're not overly happy with, then, you know, when we were saying earlier about the placement of the blocks, apart from those couple that we said that they need to be in that order, so you get that green stripe that goes all the way through, move that block to the bottom left of the quilt. because our eye's always naturally drawn around into the bottom right hand corner. So it's just the way we are. So just put it down to the bottom left and nobody will.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. Somebody find out, let us know.
Paul says it's because we read left to right. So your eyes are just drawn like this. No, everybody does. Right, maybe that is it.
So again, I would do, like you said earlier, Vicky, I'd do that as one big row. Let me move this out of the way. And then I would add, because we've already added the sashings in between, so there's no need to do this again. You just add the next one to that, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, till you've done all 4. So there's your sashings.
18th of July was the first one of moving on up, 18th of July. And then, yeah, you can watch them each week. They're always on Fridays. And then, when was it? I can't remember when it was. How many have you done now? 4?
And I think I've done 6.
6 of them.
Yeah.
So then it went fortnightly and we did 2 blocks each fortnight. But you'll be able to find them all on the YouTube channel, on our YouTube channel. They're all there.
So your borders, they are a little bit bigger. It's all in the instructions. I believe they're about 3 inch, I think. Don't quote me on that. So with your fabric, you will need to cut your strips and actually sew these together to make that big long strip.
Okay.
So you can do it end to end, like that. So you just sew the 2 ends together. Or if you want to make it stronger, you'll do the way you do a binding. So you'll do it right sides together and then open it up. But I can go through all of that on the next bit as well.
Okay.
I'll go through all the, so I'm actually going to make some binding.
And is this using your background fabric?
This is using your background fabric. So for this, I think I might just get away with it today, because obviously I'm just doing a sample.
Yeah.
But with when you're doing it at home, it's going to be quite a big quilt, so you will need to cut your long strips, and you're like, oh, it doesn't fit the quilt, to sew them together.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
You don't see it.
So what you need for your sashing, if you're doing the blossom quilt, for the question we just had in, yeah, we do have a separate one for blossom. So that's for your sashing. Sorry, that's for your cornerstones. It looks absolutely beautiful just with that accent detail. Remember, your solid colour is whatever you have in your background, so you'll need that as well. But you do get everything, all the explanation for your sashing and bordering. I know most of you have already got your background fabric. It's a 2.5 metre bundle from the beginning. So that you have it on the background of your block. So 2.5 metres of any solid colour is enough for that whole quilt. Remember, with this at $7.99, you're also getting your sashing and borders panel. Brilliant. Thank you.
So the cornerstones are obviously a little bit bigger. Now the one thing I will mention about, we know we were saying about colour placement.
Yeah.
Again, on the finished pattern, you have got those green lines that go all the way through. So for the top left and the bottom right hand corner, you'll want them to be the green. Yeah, make sure you have them as green. So I would actually do the sides first. Let me just do that quickly. So the best way this is the way I do it, and I know this is also the way John does it. When I ever border a quilt, I always do the sides first and then I do the top. The reason why I do that, one, I think it looks tidier, but it also gives the illusion that it's wider. So when you do the quilt, you do your side borders first, and then you'll do your top and bottom. So if you're doing the sides, I'm starting obviously here where the cornerstone is on the sashing, so you'll do that and you won't need to put a stone on that.
Okay.
So you'll put the stone on the top and the bottom. Or unless you prefer to have the sides go all the way down. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are, absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, I can just wrap it along. And
no, you're really, really clear.
So, let's quickly put these on. They're not cut to size, so I can just trim them at the end.
Well, I suppose you just carry on past your blocks once you've got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. So I'll open that out. I'll give that a press. And then I'll take another one, and I'm going to do the border down this side as well. Line up with the top and then sew all the way down that line there.
If you have got any questions about it, get it in whilst Delphine's here. Remember, we're live till 1. In fact, Delphine's staying with me till 1 as well. So if you do have any questions, drop them on the Facebook Live, or of course you can now send in any messages on the website, which is really great to be able to do quickly and easily.
There we go. What are you doing there? What don't you like today?
Oh no, Bobby ran out. Oh, are you all right?
No, just some threaded. Just some threads got a bit. That one's all right. So I've got a little naughty one that's got in there somehow.
As you do. There's all. It always happens, doesn't it? Just remember that there are bundles available. Are they on the web? The bundles available for the white, the cream, and the black. But of course, remember you can order any colours that you want for the background. They're all on the website, so you absolutely can. We've got solid bundles if you do want them.
I'm just giving these a very quick press. If when you're at home, take your time, do it a little bit neater. Take pride in your work when you're at home, and watching it all come together.
Yeah, it's really nice to see it all come together.
And then just something quickly trim there.
Could you even do contrasting borders?
Yeah, I do that a lot actually. That's what I quite like. You could pick your favourite colour. So my favourite colour is green. So I'd have the green around it, and that will bring out all the other colours within the quilt. But I think having these plain boards just really shows off the blocks.
Yeah, absolutely. And then having a bright, colourful, maybe scrappy binding would look really lovely.
Because if you've been keeping all of your bits and pieces, you might just need to add a few bits of your own stash, but a scrappy binding with this will make it really pop.
Yeah, because you have plenty of fabric in each panel, don't you? So there's always going to be bits left over, so absolutely keep hold of those.
And I don't like throwing things away. I like to keep everything.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to give that a bit of a... Well, I've already pressed it. What am I talking about? So first of all, I'm going to make sure I've got a piece that's long enough. Now I've done that to the end. Yes, that's long enough. So I've already sewn a stone at the top left-hand corner. Again, if you're doing... This is the pattern. That would be a green one. So I think the other one's a pink. I'm not sure. But so you'll get that line run all the way through your quilt. So... again, as you can see at the other end, I haven't sewn the other one on yet, and it's hanging over the edge. That's because we're going to do what we did before to make sure that the stones perfectly line up. We'll do that towards the end. So sew that right sides together, lining up those seams, so all the way across, and then just stop at just about a few inches, about 6 inches or so by the end, and then you can line up that other stone. Not 6 inches, that's too long. A couple.
Okay.
There we are. So
just whilst you're sewing that part, if you want any of the 2.5 metre bundles, we've got the cream, we've got white, and we've got black. So there's white. It's just going to look like, you know, white fabric, but it will be cut as 2.5 metres, and that'll be everything that you need for a solid colour for the front of your quilt. So everything that you need will be there. That's 2.5 metres for £17.45. We're just going to have to use our imagination. You will get 2.5 metres. Are we imagining? Yeah. Okay. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, no rush. We've also got 2.5 metres of black. See, that's going to look completely different, especially with rainbow. I think this would look good. Blossom, I think I'd go a bit, you know, of maybe the cream, but with rainbow, having a really dramatic dark base is going to look really cool. £17.45, that's 2.5 metres. And I tell you what, whether you're using it for the block of the week moving on up quilt background, or whether you're using it for something else in your stash, 2.5 metres of black fabric is always going to be very useful. And then very, very quickly before we go back to Delphine, the cream, 2.5 metres again, great price. It's enough for the whole of the background of your quilt. So if you're just starting it and you haven't yet got your background, you'll need 2.5 metres. We've bundled it for £17.45. And it's your quilting cotton, lovely quality Rose and Hubble fabric. Fabulous, just thought I'd let you know, but you can use any colour you want. Back to you, Delphine.
Okay, so I've just come towards the end now. So as you can see, this bit's all a little bit floppy. So we need to make sure that we get the stone in the right position. So I've just finger press that down, but obviously if you're at home, just give it a little bit of a press so you know it's going to be really accurate. You're sewing with a 1/4 inch seam, so you'll just see where that seam would line up. So you'd rest your ruler on that little bit there, make sure everything's moved out of the way, and you'll just give that a little trim. Now you know that that's now going to be long enough that when you sew your stone on, right sides together, when it opens out, you know it's going to be the right length and everything matches perfectly. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. So that's why you want to give it a press, because if it's a wrinkled fabric, even if it's just by a hair's breadth, it can be out just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a really good tip actually. Before you start any of your cutting or your sewing, give it all a good press.
So I've said it's almost like you need a good iron more than a sewing machine sometimes. So again, if I was at our home, I would give that a press again before I sewed it to the end. So I'm just going to flip that back over and cut all these threads off because you don't want to get them caught up.
Yeah, so cut all those as you go.
And then line up your seams. Much easier when you iron them.
Glenys has got her background. What colour are you going for, Glenys?
Ooh, no. And there we are. So then you've got your two, you'll give it a good press, and then you've got your two stones here. So you've got that one lines up perfectly with that side and that one as well. And like I said, you'll give it all of a press.
Nice.
So you'll do that at the bottom as well. So that's your sashings and that's your borders.
Amazing.
So you'll do all that and you'll have this big, beautiful, huge quilt, and you'll just want to look at it and stroke it and think, now I've got the job of quilting it.
I think that's the part that's quite daunting, and this is why lots of us might have unfinished projects, unfinished objects, UFOs, we call them, in your cupboard or your wardrobe where you haven't quite finished them. For anybody who hasn't quilted their quilt before, but it's a sandwich you need to put together. Your quilt is basically your top, your piece to box, your wadding, and your backing.
Yes, yeah. So there's obviously lots of different battings out there. You're very good at explaining the battings a lot better than I could.
This is amazing, this one. This is by the half metre now.
That one's my favourite to use
It's
through
so
cushions and everything. It's just really, really soft and really easy to sew with. Really easy, and this is good as well. The just the polyester, but that is if you've put all that effort in to making something this big and beautiful. Go for that really soft. I think it's a lovely drape as well.
Yeah, it's 80-20, so it's ideal for this. And you can still chuck it in the wash because it's got that polyester. But just wanted to mention, it is personal preference. It really, really is. There's lots of different waddings out there. There's bamboo, there's wool, there's polyester, there's cotton, there's mix, which we're looking at today as an 80-20 mix. It's off the bolt. So if you want to do the quilt, I wonder how much we're going to need to get, because look how wide this is. It's very, very wide. You get loads of wadding for just half a metre for $6.99. Even if you're thinking of doing cushions, as Delphine said, it's great to quilt your cushions as well. I was going to say as well, always read the packaging because they will suggest how much space to leave between your quilting. With this wadding that we're looking at today, it says 20 centimetres apart, which I'm trying to think, what's that in inches about? I'm thinking that's pretty good because that's not too...
it's about 4 inches, I think.
About 4 inches apart. So you don't need to do really, really dense quilting. You can do...
So I'm literally just cutting out a very...
Oh, no, we're really far out. We're not very good at doing our conversions. It's 7.8 inches.
Is it? 20 centimetres? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry, Delphine.
What's 4 inches then?
What's 4 inches then? So you're using the polyester wadding here, aren't you?
Yeah, and I've cut that out badly. So it's beautifully trimmed all the way around, imagine. Yeah.
4 inches is 10 centimetres.
I did that. I've never done that so fast before. So you would have your backing fabric underneath. Again, you'll also have the backing fabric that little bit longer, a little bit bigger, an inch or two all the way around. almost like, 'cause I don't want to use all this because it's...
Do you want any more conversions?
Oh, sorry.
Is there any more? Well, we're okay. Hannah's got her chart up.
Oh dear. What did she come back with that one?
Yeah, it's was it 10 centimetres, 4 inches?
Ah, I knew it was some rounded number. I'm going to stop talking.
Oh no, please don't. Please don't.
Oh dear.
10.16, in fact, actually. It wasn't a real round number.
So you would have, to make your quilt sandwich, you'd have your wadding underneath, you'd have your backing,
yeah,
and your wadding. You'd all give it all a really good press. Now there's lots of different ways of basting your quilt. You can, if you want to, use some. My favourite is 505 spray. That is my favourite one to use. You can, but before I actually got introduced to 505 spray, just a big load of the quilter's safety pins.
Yeah.
I'd spend ages just lining all that up on the quilt on the lounge floor, doing all of that. Normal pins, or you can do a quilt as you go, or you can do bagging out.
Okay.
So there's lots of different ways. Haven't you even got those little pins that you can
micro stitch tool?
Micro stitch tool, that's the one. So because of, I don't want to go through all of this fabric today, so I can. So shall I show you the bagging out method?
Yeah, whatever you want to do,
that.
absolutely, please do.
So if I'll do the bagging out method, and then I'll just go through a few little ideas of how to quilt it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to pop that to the side then.
Yeah, you don't need to rush. We've got Delphine on after the break.
Yeah.
Don't know if you know her, Delphine, our next guest, who's staying with me all day.
So I'm not going to use all of this. So I'll use this as a quilt top, use this block. So I'm just going to trim this down a little bit. I'll use that other bit in the next bit. So I'll have that. And then I'm going to use a little bit of this.
So do we need to add some backing to our order as well, Hannah? Yeah, if you want backing, add it onto your order as well. Maybe get the all your top done and you're happy with it. Just because your size might differ ever so slightly.
Oh, got bits hanging all over the place. So what I'll do, everything will be cut to size nicely. So your bagging out method is what I'm doing now. So if you to do your bagging out method, it's quite nice to do on a smaller quilt. So those that have only bought a couple of the blocks and you just made, like, say, what we were saying earlier about the applique block, if you did those 4 together, this would be a nice method of quilting. So you'll put the right sides together and you'll trim off all the way around. You would then put it on to your wadding and you'll pin it into place. Now all you're going to do, obviously at home you'll do this a lot tidier than what I'm doing now, but I'll trim it down so it will look nice and tidy once I've trimmed it all down. So I'll just give that a very light press so it sort of stays in place. And I'll do a quick pin in the corners just to make sure that all those layers are so held together nicely. Now with a couple of pins or a friction pen or even just a pencil, because you're not going to see it, you can just mark a little opening at the bottom because no one's going to look at the bottom. Big enough to just get your hands in there. So I've just left that, I don't know, my conversion's 10 centimetres. A gap big enough for your hand. Now you're just going to sew. Ideally if you've got a walking foot, that's really good for quilting because you're going to go through all those layers. I'm going to start at this corner, I'm going to go all the way around to this corner here.
Right. This is a nice technique to use with cushions actually, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, your envelope back cushions. And back stitch there. And try and keep the needle down because it's just easier for turning it around. Get down there you go. And then down the other side.
So this is just as close to the edge as possible, really.
Yeah.
Stitching.
So I'm just using it with a 1/4 inch seam.
Okay.
But you can do it a bit closer. A lot of the time I just do things by eye because I have my walking foot on most of the time and I sometimes forget to change it to a 1/4 inch.
Right.
So I just do it by eye.
If you have got a walking foot, a lot of the bigger machines especially come with walking feet, but the 550, if you haven't got a walking foot, you still can buy walking feet as an attachment. And it is, I think if you are thinking of doing lots of quilts, it is a good investment to have, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't have one for quite a while, and when I eventually bought one, it very rarely leaves my machine unless I'm changing to free motion. It just lives on my machine. It just makes your life so much easier when it comes to quilting.
A couple of people are asking, could you do this as a quilt as you go method?
Yeah, you can do quilt as you go method and then do the sashing after.
Right.
Yeah, you can do that. There's so many different ways. It's, you know, YouTube's your best friend, isn't it? You know, when it comes to different methods of quilting, and also you'll see how many people have got there. You could be one simple method like this, and everyone will do it differently.
Yeah.
There we go. So I'm happy that that's gone through all of the layers now, and then you'll trim off your excess. So again, this is how we do your cushions as well. So if those that have only just bought this for today, it's a very similar method to just make a cushion if you've only just bought the one block.
Really good way. I know a lot of people who have just bought one block. Everything that we've seen today is for the front of your quilt. We've got the graphics in for the wadding at the moment, which is by the 1/2 metre. You will need to add your backing.
So there you go, I've trimmed it all off now. So then you'll just trim the corners very quickly. There we are. So you want to cut them close to, but not through the stitches. This will just give you nice sharp points as you turn it out. So you'll go, you've trimmed all that off now, you'll then go in through the hole to the top right hand corner, and then you'll put it out. And then using your finger or your turning tool, I know there is a turning tool somewhere, but I'll just use this for now. And then you'll just push out your corners so they're nice and sharp. Now you can hand stitch that gap closed. You can use a little bit of Wonder Web, get it closed, or a bit of quilter's tape, or you can just go over it with a machine, that little gap there.
Right, okay.
So, and then one thing to make it, because obviously if we're doing it this way, it saves you on the whole binding process, the whole making bias binding. But there is a little trick of making it look like you have done a bit of binding.
You did this on the Highland cow cushion.
I did, yeah. I do this quite a lot actually, because I get excited. Yeah.
I'm only joking.
I do. Cheat, because I get excited about moving on to the next project then. So there we are. So that's so you do that to the whole quilt. So I don't recommend it on the really, really big ones, but it's definitely on a cock quilt, a small quilt. That works really well. So I've ironed that. Imagine that I have already stitched that closed. So a little trick to make it look like you've done a bit of binding is you just go all the way around. This is where you do want to pay attention to where your foot is. You don't need to have it as a 1/4 inch. You can make it a little bit bigger if you like. Maybe a 1/2 inch would look quite nice.
Is there any guidance or instructions of how to quilt it, or options of what you can do, or is it up to you? It's up to you.
Up to you. It's personal preference.
So you could do just a simple crosshatch, or you can do free motion. You can do just straight lines.
Quilt in the ditch. You do echo quilting. If it was me, I would do a mixture of each block.
Oh yeah, that's good.
So with something like the Dresden plate, for example, I would echo quilt that right up until the next, to where the next block meets. The same with a block like this, I'd echo quilt it right until the next one. So it will give a real interest to the whole finished look. I'll do free motion. I wouldn't just keep it as one.
Yeah, I suppose it's because it's a bit of a sampler quilt, isn't it? It's trying out these skills and building these skills. So you can almost remember, right, I'll try a bit of quilting on that, I'll try this style quilting on this one. Maybe using different templates or things you know, that you can use freezer paper, make your own hearts and things like that, or maybe the applique one. Or...
Yeah, I'll really mix it up. But I've run out of thread, so I'll do the bobbin in a bit. But as you can see, I think if I take that away, you might see it a bit better. You can see the line all the way around the edge, and it's giving you that fake binding look.
Yeah, oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. But, remember that John, of course, John Cormorgan, he will absolutely happily answer any of your questions that you have. I know that he's been watching the show today, so please do message him if you've got any questions about it. And I know that he said Delphine's been amazing going through all of these blocks and giving us great tips. So thank you ever so much.
I've learned a lot as well. So
yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's really good to be able to expand our skills. Even if you are an advanced sewer, I think you'll still learn something new with this. So those of you that want to go onto the web shop, www.sewingstreet.com, you can click watch live, and then you can scroll down and you'll be able to see there's the wadding. Absolutely make the most of that. But then block of the week, solid bundles, the white one I believe sold out. There are different bundles available, and all of the different blocks, plus the sashing one that we've been talking about today. Everything that's still available is there. Remember, they're available to the end of October, so grab them whilst you can and post your pictures on the Sewing Street fan page. We'd love to see it. As Delphine said, it's a real community sew, this one is. So absolutely, get involved, post your pictures, don't be shy, get in touch with us and share your tips as well, because it's really, really good to be able to you know, get advice off each other. Absolutely, share all of your hints and tips along the way. Right, well, we've got another guest who's going to be joining me in just a couple of minutes. There's the wine. Hannah's asking where the wine is. Delphine, where's the wine gone? Hannah's asking.
Oh, that went ages ago.
She was like, oh, that went ages ago. So Delphine is going to be back with me. We're not going anywhere. We're live for another hour. We've got a brand new fabric collection to launch. We've got loads coming up to bring you, so don't go anywhere. And we're going to put a bit of a task to Delphine and say, right, what can we make with this? What can we make? And I'm going to put her on the spot a bit and get her sewing. So do not go anywhere. Stay where you are. We're back in just a few minutes. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and Gemporia.com.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye!
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Welcome back. We're still live. We are still here. We are live today and tomorrow for 5 whole hours till 1 o'clock. Tomorrow you've got John Scott, you've got Janice, you've got Kerry from Living in Loveliness. You've got so much going on tomorrow as well. It's Christmas tomorrow. So absolutely do tune in from 8 till 1 as well tomorrow. Now this hour, this was supposed to be on earlier on in the week and it didn't arrive in time. The fabrics didn't arrive in time. So we said to Delphine, would you mind staying, because it's here in the building and we want to do it because it's the most beautiful collection. It really, really is. We've got a huge mega bundle. We've got 3 smaller bundles and then we've also got them by the ½ metre. So before I go to Delphine, let me just show you this beautiful brand new collection. So the whole shebang, Paul, the whole shebang. When I talk about mega bundle, my word, it doesn't get any better than this, really, does it? This is amazing. £103.99, and in here you are getting the most adorable fabrics. 3 different colourways. So you've got like your peaches, you've got your turquoisey blues, and then you've got these really lovely deeper greys and autumnal shades, which are stunning. So they're all pre-cut into ½ metre pre-cut, 7.5 metres. Come and have a good look because they are so beautiful. I mean, I love that one. And this one comes in all 3 colourways. The mushrooms, they come in all 3 colourways as well. We've got these individually, so keep your eyes peeled for ones that you love. Thank you for staying with us, by the way. Let me know if you're still with us. We're not normally live at 12 o'clock, so it's great to still have you with us. Yeah, we're live, Paul. He's like, oh, uh-oh. Jokes. Gallery banter. ½ metre of all of these. So if you can't make up your mind, maybe you've seen them on the web, they are absolutely lovely. So they're the sort of grey and autumnal shades. We've also got the turquoisey, beautiful duck egg blues. all of these half meters. So again, the mushrooms, this one, how pretty would that be to fussy cut as well? We're going to give you lots of different ideas, but I'm imagining your creative sort of flares running wild already of different ideas of what you can do. The creative juice is flowing. I can hear them in the gallery. £103.99 for all of these. So you're still getting more fabric than that. You're even getting all of these beautiful peaches. They work together so well. They really will. Now this is a poppy cotton fabric. It's two friends that started designing fabric together. One of them used to work for Riley Blake, so if you do love Riley Blake fabrics, you might see similar sort of influence. It was their dream to start up their own design company, and they have. It's absolutely beautiful sentiment to it, and you can tell that there's a lot of love that comes flooding out of this. You can see, so you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 half-metre pre-cuts ready to go for £103.99. There they go. So all of those colours together, all 15 half-metre pre-cuts. In fact, we can tell you a bit more about poppy cotton actually. If we it was quite a small text, so Hannah's trying to make it a bit larger for us all to see. But if you do want the whole collection, we're going to give you loads of ideas, and whether you're choosing to mix it in with just some solids as well, maybe some creams, it's going to go a really long way. So we've got, do you want to do the let's do the peaches first, because I love these. They're absolutely beautiful. So they are available individually, but this is a bundle of all 5 half meters. £33.99, half a metre of each of these prints. There you have the mushroom one again, the one with the lovely bird prints. This one's got a ditzy little, what's this called, where you blow them? The dandelions, and with the little petals in a cross design. So you can tell that they've designed this with quilting projects in mind, as you've got different scales of print, beautiful quality cotton, 2.5 meters, ready to go, ready to sew with. Oh, everyone loving this collection. Isn't it beautiful? £33.99. Oh, I think it's a bit larger. We can have a read of this. So this is a bit more. Oh no, it's not ready yet. So that's the peach. We've also got the aqua, or what colour is it? What would you say? Like a duck egg. It's blue. It's like a duck egg, a light duck egg blue. It's really pretty. It's nice for all year round actually. It's absolutely gorgeous. £33.99. That's 2.5 meters of fabric. 100% cotton. Oh, Nicola, you still watching us on the app? Remember, if you go to the App Store, you can now download the Sewing Street app and watch us wherever you go. Wherever you go, on your phone, on your tablet, on the move. Download the app today, you can get it. We didn't even know that it was available, but everybody's loving it today. That was a lovely message from Nicola. Thanks, Nicola. 2.5 meters for £33.99. What are you thinking of making? Let us know. So poppy cotton, as I say, two friends who have put together this beautiful collection. We've got one other smaller bundle to show you, which is with the greys. They all work together beautifully. They all work together beautifully. 1/2 metre of each of these. Oh no, I'm losing stickers. I'll pop it there. So, 1/2 metre of each of these prints. Your mushrooms, your floral. They're all absolutely beautiful. Got a bit of more information about poppy cotton as well. We can have a bit of a read through this together. So one day, two friends dreamed of starting their own fabric company. It was a passion they had shared for some time, and it was something they both knew that they wanted to do. It makes a lot of gumption and guts to turn your dream into reality, absolutely. But together they knew that they could do it. So it's Gina who is quilting and a clothing designer and instructor, and Laurie Woods, who's an illustrator, artist and designer, who came together to form Poppy Cotton. Together they share their passion and joy that come from creating and loving what they do. And I think you can really feel that with this collection, can't you? You can really feel the friendship and the love. So the mega bundle graphic is in. Remember, you're getting all of these fabrics, all of the peaches, all of the greys, and also all of these duck egg blues. All 15 half-metre pre-cuts, ready to go for £103.99. We've been very, very excited about launching this collection, so much so that we've actually stayed on air an extra hour to be able to do this. £103.99. Just so you know, this. Oh no, did you say fewer than 10 of the mega bundle? Down to single figures of the mega bundle. If you want it, check out now before we start sewing, because as soon as you start to see what Delphine's created with this bundle, oh my word, you're going to love it. Everybody's going to have a go. So absolutely check out on those. We've had a look at a couple of the ideas that Delphine's had. I mean, beautiful little cushions, the wine bottle, caddies, so cute, isn't it? These would make great gift ideas. And just using snippets of this collection, how beautiful do they look? You'll probably see dotted around all the set. There's little birds as well. I'll get those down. In fact, once everybody's checked out, there's only 3 mega bundles left. There's only 3 mega bundles left. The table runner, the little birds. I don't know whether you saw. There's the table runner and the birds. They're so beautiful. And we just thought we'd give you a bit of inspiration today of what you can make. The whole mega bundle, 15 meters in, 15 half-metre pre-cuts. There's the mega bundle for £103.99. Once everybody checks out, there's now only 2 remaining. So please do make sure you're adding to your order. Right, we're going to do them by the half metre, and this will probably be the only time we do them by the half metre because there will not be enough. Are you ready? Let's start with the greys. This one with the really lovely large print is so beautiful. I'm going to show you from here so you can see a bit clearer. It's got the mushrooms. It is a directional print really, but it's still quite sort of scattered round. You can see that you've still got bits of upside down, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. You've got these lovely colours still coming through on the bird, so it isn't just, you know, grey fabric. Sue loves this fabric. It's beautiful fabric, isn't it? That's Becky Alexandra Frost. Isn't it gorgeous? If you've got approval from our Becky as well. I love that I can call you our Becky now, Becky, because she's joining us this weekend. Our Becky. Oh, we can't wait for Sunday. It's going to be brilliant. So, half a metre, £6.99. Now is your chance to buy the half metre. Are you thinking larger projects? Are you thinking for borders? Are you thinking for bigger blocks? Are you thinking for dressmaking even, actually, dare I say it? Even though this is quilting weight fabric, you could still absolutely make some beautiful structured dresses. You know, like our lovely Kerry. Kerry Living in Loveliness wears. That would look gorgeous with this. I am going to fly through these because we want to do some sewing as well this hour. That's the one with the most stock by the half metre at the moment. If you want one of these larger scale print fabrics, absolutely snap those up because this one is very, very popular indeed. We also have the one with the little dandelions on. They all complement each other so beautifully, look, don't they? They all complement each other so, so beautifully. So this is your dandelion, which I think is so beautiful because you just think, oh, you make a wish, don't you, with dandelions? And I must say, it's £6.99. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful quality cotton. Very, very soft indeed. Lovely to sew with. £6.99, machine washable as well. So this is your Woodland Songbirds in Fluffs Grey. There you go. I'd definitely say they were dandelions, wouldn't you? I like that they're called fluffs. £6.99. Oh, it's lovely. And it's got just a real subtle hint of pink and ochre. Can you see? You're thinking you'd like a little pencil case with this? That would be so lovely, wouldn't it? So we've also got, in the grey colourway, which one, Hannah? The one that looks like tiles. I'm guessing you mean this one. No, it's a good description. It's called Bird's Nest. I probably wasn't going to get it from Bird's Nest, would I? But this is like how Paul wants his bathroom floor. It's nice, like tiles. But also, I'm seeing flowers, little flowers. I'm not seeing bird's nests, no. Cathedral window shape, absolutely, yeah, they're absolutely gorgeous. And different scales of print, like, don't get me wrong, you might not use this as your big block, but just using it in smaller pieces, it's going to look great, isn't it? So half a metre, £6.99, buy by the half metre if you're thinking bag making, if you're thinking for soft furnishing, for cushions, little gift ideas for somebody. It's nice and neutral, isn't it? It's going to go with every fabric, in fact, that you've got in your stash. Okay, we've also got the mushrooms. See, you could fussy cut these and just applique them onto, I mean, all sorts, onto cushions, onto little t-shirts or things. That's lovely, isn't it? Yes, I've got a code on this. There's two that are very similar, Hannah's saying. You've got a picture, haven't you, on there? It's ZXYH72. Right, this is... Right, I can see the confusion. They're both called the same thing. This one's called Songbirds in Mushroom Toss Grey. Okay, so this one, again, got lovely blues. Look at these ochre shades. I'd really pull on those ochre shades and make it quite autumnal. £6.99. Oh, I love this. It's beautiful. This is like where the flower fairies would live, Hannah's saying. Flower fairies. I do remember flower fairies, yes. No, but it's the way Hannah said it. Like she was so confident in it. Oh, yeah, you can make little fairy doors, couldn't you? I love that the ditzy print in the circle here is actually little florals. That's so lovely, isn't it? £6.99. We've also got this one, which is also called... it's called... Oh, this is the one that... Woodland Songs in Mushroom. So this is this one. Look at how nice that looks. This would be beautiful. Just imagine it like on a shelf in a kitchen or in the living room. It's just nice decorative, isn't it? Or as a pincushion. Use them as a pincushion. So even if you just get half a metre, remember half a metre is equivalent to 2 fat quarters. So there's so much that you're going to be able to do. Right. The image on the web doesn't look correct, if I'm being brutally honest. So this is the one that you're getting. But this item code number HFYH90, £6.99 half metre. The codes are correct, it's just a different picture. We'll sort it out, don't you worry, don't you worry. £6.99. I love it, look at the selvage on this. It's got little birds. That's so cute, isn't it? We'll sort it out, don't you worry, we will sort it out. Thank you for flagging that. £6.99, so they're all of the greys. I'm really going to fly through these because I know Delphine's got lots to show us. So in the peaches... We've also got the large scale print again, which is this one. Lovely detail. It's so pretty. This is lovely, isn't it? The punk bird, this one, with his Mohican. Do you know what bird this is? No, I don't know. A kookaburra? I've no idea. I've no idea. I'm not going to pretend that I know. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a lovely, delicate peach. If Debbie Shaw were here, she would know. She knows loads about birds. I know nothing about birds. I grew up with my mum having a severe phobia of birds, so no, didn't know anything about birds. Woodland songbirds in peach. It's such a pretty, pretty peach. It really, really is. And we've got all of the same scale, all of the same prints that we had in the greys this time with that peach background, and they look so different. They really do. Half a metre, £6.99. It's good value as well, isn't it? Hi, Caroline. Beautiful fabric. Oh, it will make a gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. It really, really will. I'm thinking as well, there was one that we did with Sarah, with Lewis and Irene fabric, and it was all quite large petal shapes. And I'm thinking this quilt, oh, would make a beautiful, beautiful, like baby-sized quilt. So pretty. Now this one is with the fluff again. This one is with your dandelions. Hard to see on television, but it does have a really lovely, delicate, let me put my hand, there you go. This would make really, really, I'm thinking like little pyjama bags and cushions and things. Can you see it? I can see it a lot clearer in real life. In real life, I can see it. Half a metre for £6.99. We also have mushrooms. This is mushroom toss in peach. Now I believe the photo's correct. Oh look, Delphine's used this one again on the other little birdie. It's lovely, isn't it, to have the different scales of print, to be able to do even small projects. If you've got any of the Fat Quarter books, we're going to be working from the Debbie Shaw Sewing Room Secrets, the quilting edition. So there's lots of great projects in there for this. £6.99 a half metre. We also have the scattered one. I don't know all the names of them. I can't remember this one. Sorry. I'm going to say them wrong, aren't I? This one is Songbirds in Floral. That makes sense. £6.99 a half metre, and this is with a lovely peach background again. But look at how gorgeous the blues are there. I love flowers like this that look all fluffy like candy floss. Absolutely, they're really pretty. We also have the lattice design, which is the bird's nest. This one. Then I promise we will speak to Delphine in a second. Half a metre is £6.99. Remember, this is your quilting weight cotton. It's really, really good value, isn't it? Bearing in mind, this is quality cotton. This is a designer cotton. It's really beautiful. I like poppy cotton already, do you? I think they will fit in quite nicely with us. They're such pretty fabrics. We're really excited about this launch. We've also got the duck egg colours. Let's go again for the large scale. We're going to have a good look at the table runner as well, because it's a really, really lovely table runner, focusing more on these colours, which are really nice. I'll show you that in a second. I think this is my favourite colourway, you know. I do think that's my favourite colourway. I think this looks really, really lovely. So £6.99 again, just half a metre. Look at how many elements you've got on there. For fussy cutting, it's perfect, isn't it? We've got the mushrooms. This one. See, the ochre is really, really prominent in this one. My code is HFYH90. I suppose we've seen that code before. Right, something dodgy going on with the mushrooms. We're going to have a look on the web and find out what the code is for that one. Bear with us, bear with us, bear with us. We've got, have we got the others? Have we got the bird's nest? Yeah, we've got everything else. It's just the mushroom ones seem to have all got a bit middled up in some way. This again, can you see the bird's nest? I can really see on this one, it looks like the cathedral window blocks, doesn't it? It looks completely different in this colourway. Can you see it differently? Yeah, I love that. It doesn't look like the tiles on your floor that you want now, does it, Paul? £6.99 a half metre. half a metre for £6.99. We also have the dandelion or fluff. I'm just going to start calling dandelions fluff now. They're so pretty, aren't they? Oh, and this one you can really see that ochre and the pink. It's a lot clearer, isn't it, than on the peach. It's exactly the same. £6.99 a half metre. Remember, if you're multi-buying, you'll only pay one postage and packaging. Loads of people loving this fabric. Oh, thanks for messaging in. We then also have one more. Delphine, you can have a lie down if you wanted. You could have your lunch. What's for lunch, Paul? Oh, this is lovely as well. They're so pretty. I think for dressmaking, they'd be lovely. Imagine little children's wear. They'd be so nice. Or for any toy making as well. If you make toys, this would be absolutely beautiful. In Debbie Shaw's quilting book, which is the one that we're going to be working from, I know loads of you have this. I mean, literally thousands of our customers have this. We did have the launch of this book, and obviously not being biased or anything, but Debbie Shaw is fantastic. She's an award-winning author. She's brilliant with writing instructions, and you get such great tips. All of the little projects that Delphine's done, I know that she's taken from this book, so you can see, I mean, there's such great inspiration. We're going to have a look at the table runner, which you can see there, but the cushions, the pot holder, the lovely, the birds, it's just such a pretty collection, isn't it, Delphine?
It's lovely. Oh, yeah. And also, I was saying about Debbie as well, it just fits. This fabric just fits absolutely every single one of her projects.
Absolutely. So you had a load of fun, didn't you?
I did. And I only had the samples as well. So I only had sample pieces, and I've done all of that with my samples as well. So I've managed to have a real good play with all the different colours. So.
Oh, amazing. Now, I know time's not on our side, but we want to have a look at the table runner, don't we?
Yes. So we're going to... I'll put together two of the blocks. I'll show you how to do the blocks. It looks like it's quite a complex block, but it's not. It's actually really easy. So I'm using the darker colour. I can't remember what you said this colour was, the darker one.
It's greys.
The greys. So we'll use the greys. So all this is 4-inch patchworks. I think it's 4-inch. I'm not sure. You'll have to double check in your book. And I've just laid them out in this pattern. And again, all of the instructions on how to do this are just... I love Debbie's instructions because they are just so easy to follow. And she writes them the way I'd like to read them.
Yeah.
Lots of pictures, to the point.
Very clear.
You haven't got to work it all out. It's just all there, done. So we're going to get cracking, I think, and let's make this block. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to chain piece these two pieces together. So think this is a separate block, actually. So I've got two blocks lined up here. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to sew these right sides together, then these, and so forth. So I'm going to chain piece all of these. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to go straight to it.
Absolutely.
So I've got plenty of thread in my bobbin, so I'm raring to go now. So this can come together quite quick. So that's two done. I love chain piecing.
I really like this table runner as well. And we were talking earlier before the show about it doesn't necessarily need to be a table runner. You could have this as a bed runner on a single bed.
Yeah.
You could have it just draped over a coffee table.
It looks nice on like a sideboard.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did. I also behind you that I made two placemats to match.
Oh my word! There's even more.
Using the exact same block, but apart from sewing them all together, I just made them into placemats instead.
Oh, and they look so pretty in the peach, don't they?
So I did put a bit of one of the darker colours in just to show just all the different... It's basically to show all the colours off, just how beautiful they are and how you haven't got to worry too much about the print. You can just... It just all goes together so well.
Absolutely. And look, little coasters as well, hexy coasters.
Yeah, so again, I've not just... I haven't just done the runner out of Debbie's book. I've had a really good look through it because... And if you haven't got this book in your collection, why? All I'd say.
Isn't it
why
a great book?
Do you not have this book? Because it is, again, out of all the quilting books out there, not only am I a huge fan of Debbie Shaw, always have been ever since I started sewing, and to be able to actually meet her in the flesh and sew with her is the biggest honour ever. I love her so much. But also she's so generous in her instructions. She gives you absolutely everything in that book, from reverse applique to all the different stitching to different techniques to EPP, and so that's why I did a little bit of the EPP on that coaster using her templates. I've even done the reverse applique cushion using her designs. I've done
so
many.
If you watched today's show and you saw Sarah earlier on with the quilting, and you need those extra tips on quilting, it's a really thorough book, isn't it?
Yeah, ask Debbie. Just get in buy that Debbie Shaw book with the quilting, and you're set. I think if you've just done the block of the week and you're ready to start quilting, going to that next level of projects, that's just the perfect one to go on to. Like, you can just do so many things, but I'd like to make everything out of that book, but I don't have time. But there's I think who did the Bargello, the cushion the other day?
Sally Ann.
Sally Ann, yes, sorry Sally Ann. And that was out of there as well, wasn't it?
There's really beautiful projects in here, as well as so many tips. So the reverse applique was actually from the reverse applique messenger bag, wasn't it, that you did? So taking these skills and thinking, right, do you know what, I don't want to make the bag, I want to turn that into a cushion. So even though, I mean, you've got lots of projects, 10 quilting projects in here, there's actually so many more, isn't there?
Oh, there's loads, and like I say, it's all transferable skills. So I've only done a little bit of reverse applique before, so to do that one, it's look at that, isn't that pretty and really clever?
I'm taking the bag into just, you know, doing a simple envelope back cushion, and it's so effective, isn't it?
So I'm just putting that with.
I love that.
It's really pretty, isn't it? And again, just shows off the fabrics, because obviously with that one I've mixed the two colours together. I've mixed the green and the peaches on the cushion.
You're good to me, Hannah.
One. And there we go.
I think she's all right. She'll just come out of this gallery and just start talking to me. Like, how do I bother telly?
There we go. So it's coming together quite quickly. I think I've done all those pieces.
If you've checked out on them, Hannah was trying to tell you, if you've checked out on them, all of the fabrics are now the right way round. Don't worry. Sorry, she forgot that we were live, because normally at 12:30 we're not live, you see, so Hannah forgot.
Okay, so I've sewn them all together in their threes. I'm now going to give them a quick press. I would normally sew open the seams actually, but I'll just do them all to the one side. It's all dark anyway, so it's.
I like having the different scales of print though. It's really interesting, isn't it, to look at?
Really shows them off, doesn't it? I like the way they call those fluff. The dandelions fluff. So I have actually done these in an order. You will, I know I did that very quickly, but hopefully I didn't mess up my order. So hopefully they'll all, it will all come together, and you'll see what I mean once I've got through this bit. So very quick press, but again, take your time doing these ones. I don't iron clothes very much, but I do enjoy ironing pieces.
It's different, isn't it? Pressing and ironing, there's a big difference. I hate ironing my
clothes. Nick says, you iron my shirt, although he quite likes me ironing my shirt, because I'm ex-military, I'll iron that shirt with an inch of its life.
Yes, I bet you're very good at ironing.
There's sharp points down here, no tram lines in my hair. Okay, so I'm going to start laying up my block. That's my other piece. So I hope you can see that I've just used the opposite piece of the fabric, and I'm going to make a cross. So I'm now going to sew those together as well
in rows.
In rows. But I have got two on the go, so I'm just going to quickly lay up the other one. Ready? And I'm going to sew those together, right sides together, matching up the seams. I'm going to chain piece these as well, I think.
They're quite quick projects that Debbie's got in here. When you think of quilting, you always think of a project that's going to probably take you months, but actually she does some really lovely quick projects. The one that you were talking about, the Bargello, was this Bargello, it was a pillowcase. It wasn't a cushion actually, it was a pillowcase. It was a really lovely, lovely size. We did it with the Staffordshire mantelpiece and the lovely, what is it called, Itsy or something, the really pretty floral panel. That was lovely with Sally, and the book is brilliant. And I mean, we're looking more focusing today on the bundle, because on the new fabrics, because I know so many of you have this. This is why we said to Delphine, let's give everybody loads of inspiration with potentially a book they already have. If you haven't got it, definitely get it. It's one that we weren't actually sent up this morning, and Hannah says that we've got them everywhere here. We can't get enough of these books. It's so useful to just be able to have that go-to of, actually, what's this technique called? Or you get some really good tips from Debbie, as always.
Yeah, I like the way she puts her top tips in.
Yes.
But again, she doesn't put them in for the sake of it. They're there for a reason, and she does. I think she's just an inspirational teacher.
Oh yeah, well, Sarah said to me at the start when we were looking at a different book, she said, look, if you're starting out bag making, I would recommend a Debbie Shaw book, because they are brilliant for beginners. It's jargon free, isn't it?
There's a reason why she's an award-winning author of 23 books.
Yeah.
But that book is by far one that I think that it's necessity to part of your stash. You need to have that in your sewing room. It will certainly be on my shelf anyway, when I finally get one. There we go. Just finishing off this block now.
So you just got to make sure those corners match up.
Yeah. And again, you take your time, making sure that they're all matched up perfectly. That's one square done, and this is the next one. Is it that way? Yep. Flip it on top. Line them up. And there we go. So you could whip this up in an afternoon, this runner.
How good's that? In fact, actually, this would make a nice sewing machine mat, wouldn't it?
Yeah, lovely. Oh, should we try and make that the challenge to try and make one?
How many minutes we got? 15.
15 minutes to make a sewing machine mat.
You can do it.
I've got this. Right, let's do it.
I've got this. You're not competitive at all or anything, are you?
I'm not competitive, is it obvious?
I bet board games in your house are fun with your kids.
I work well under pressure. I don't know if that's years of having to...
Is that how you're describing competitiveness, is by working well under pressure?
Yes.
Sarah was telling me that she entered the Great British Bake Off.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh no.
She says they had, oh no, she says that they had, I think, how many thousand, 400,000 entries or something stupid.
Really? A friend of mine, do you remember the last one? Was it Michael?
Yeah, I know Michael.
I know Michael
from
as well.
Stratford.
Yeah. He used to come
He's
to
my friend too.
Yeah, he's my friend. Hello, Michael.
Stop being competitive with me.
He used to come to my body pump class.
Did he?
He came to my body pump class. This is when I used to teach at the Wildmoor.
Oh, hang on. My claim to fame to him is I worked at the RSC with him.
Yes, yeah, because he worked there as well.
Yeah.
In fact, he's
still there.
He's still there. Yeah. But he used to.
He did come to my body pump class now.
And then he qualified to be a body pump instructor.
Oh, did he?
And he's covered my class, yeah. But I don't teach there anymore.
You know better than me.
I don't teach there anymore. I just stay at home and sew. I'm much happier. Okay, right. So there's your blocks. All done. Dark piece or a light piece in the centre, and then you can just mix up the fabrics. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now you're going to cut after all that sewing. Yeah, you're going to cut your block in half again. So you'll make sure you measure it correctly, and you will take your rotary cutter, and you're going to cut straight through it.
This is what quilting is, patchwork is all about, isn't it? Cutting fabric up, and sewing it back together, then cutting it up again.
There we go. And
it looks nice how it was, Delphine.
Sorry?
It looked nice how it was. You didn't need to cut it all up.
Oh, it will look even better in a minute. But yeah, sometimes you're like, no. But this will look really lovely. Imagine if you had to make these though, and you didn't know this little trick. You'd be there forever sewing all these together, wouldn't you?
Well, it looks like you've done a lot of piecing of small pieces with squares, and
created that illusion.
Yeah, we've got a picture of it a bit closer. Look, I mean, that looks like Delphine spent a lot of time piecing squares and smaller squares and rectangles all together. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
So this is where I'm going to lay my pieces out. So you lay 2 with the ones in the corner, like that. And then the other squares facing on the outside. So just take your time to place them all out. Like I said before, when we was doing the block of the week, I always have my pieces all lined up on the kitchen table.
Oh, well, you can easily get one spun around the wrong way when you're sewing, can't
yeah,
you?
so it's like a jigsaw puzzle, which I'm not very good at. But there we are. I know you can't see that one out, it's out of shot, but that's my fault. I'm right over here. I'll be over on Vicky's table in a minute. And so then, right sides together. There we go.
Into pairs.
Yeah, into pairs.
Have you got points to match here, or?
Only, not really. Only in that little bit there. You just want the corner bit where it meets to be quite tight.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's only when you sew the block together, the 2 blocks together, there's a few points. And then make sure you sew down the right seam.
This is why it's handy to have it laid out there
Yeah.
to the side of you, isn't it?
So soft, this fabric.
Oh, it's really lovely quality, isn't it? I must say.
Such lovely quality.
How's the mega bundle doing, Hannah? I think there were 2 that were when we last checked that hadn't been checked out, but there's loads of you that have got it in your basket. Please have a look. If you've got it in your basket, check it out as soon as you can.
And one more. Okay, that's that one then. Okay, so we're nearly back to where we started with the 9 block. And cut those off. And is that for this one? Yes, it is.
Perfect.
So I know we're this is where I will iron, because I do want those points to be...
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes.
To be fairly good. 10 minutes.
You don't need to go and do a workout after this, do you, Delphine?
No, not with all the squats. No, it's a Friday. I don't work out on a Friday.
Oh.
I'll walk late. I'll walk later to get the boys from school on a Friday, because I let them go to the shop for some treats on the way back.
Oh, nice. Oh.
Yeah. Well, they've had a busy day at school. They've had a long week, so I always let them have a treat.
Oh.
My babies.
Oh, Hannah and Paul all of a sudden want to come on a walk with you. They're like, oh, I want treats.
You come for a Kinder Egg? With your Hot Wheels car in it. Charlie loves it. Louis loves it. Oh, oh, nearly.
Don't want to rush you. I've been rushing you.
Well, like I said, work good under pressure. It makes me work quick. It's like when you're doing the housework, when you know someone's coming over and you've got like 10 minutes to clean the whole house. It's that challenge. And it does happen, yeah. You're hoovering, you're dusting.
Whereas when I get a day off, I can't do it with a whole day to do it. It is just a quick 10-minute job, absolutely. Hello, Elaine. Message from Elaine. Covered across the bottom. I completed this runner last month. It's so easy to do. It's a lovely project. Really lovely project.
We'll have to put some pictures up.
I don't really want to tell Delphine when she's halfway through her challenge that, oh, it's an easy project, Delphine. You can do it in 10 minutes.
Is that what she said? Oh, dear. Like you say, tele-sewing. Fine, let's get that point up. I'll stretch it a little bit.
The pink bundle, by the way, very popular indeed. It is beautiful. So you're getting all 5 half-metre pre-cuts. That's 2.5 metres in total. All of those different prints for just £33.99. We have sorted out the issue with the different codes, etc. It's all correct. There was an extra code from somewhere, so don't worry, that's all correct. That's 2.5 metres of fabric.
Let me give those a quick press. One of them's not perfect, but you know, for today, it's fine. If I was at home, I'd unpick it, but I'm not going to bother today.
Not when we're doing a countdown.
So yeah, if you're at home, you'll do it a lot more tidier and slower. Take your time. There we are. There's one. Don't look at that one. Look at this one.
But I don't think it's that. I don't think it's you know.
You can get away with it.
Yeah, you can absolutely.
Yeah. So again, this one's a really nice beginner project because you it looks really impressive once it's finished. Whereas it's actually, like you say, it is an easy project to do.
Especially if you are new to quilting as well. Maybe not start with the big king size quilt. If you want to practice either your free motion quilting, maybe not start on a big quilting block that you've spent months piecing together. Yeah. This is a brilliant one to do in an afternoon, like you said.
I think you can use stencils. I just did my own design on that one. But you
so how did you quilt that? Was that with a? It looks like it's been done on a long arm quilter.
No, I just did it.
Like freehand?
Yep.
Oh my word, you're very talented indeed.
I like drawing though. Drawing with the sewing machine. And I'm just sewing the two blocks together. But again, that was inspired by Debbie, because sorry, Becky's my best friend, so I say Becky quite a lot. Debbie's, because she did the swirls and
nice. It looks different in the blues as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, really pretty.
Look, with the shells, it looks lovely in the blues. It looks completely different. In fact, this will look really nice with the
I just sewed that
the
the wrong
blue
way round.
bundle here.
That's the
table runner.
You are? Huh?
Hannah thought that I was hitting the book there, and I don't know why.
There we go. So this is where you've got your points, is in the middle.
Hannah, you lose the plot after 12 o'clock, don't you?
There we go.
One day you should have a talk back in.
Oh
Just
yeah,
one day.
definitely, yeah.
Just so you can hear what I have to put up with.
Oh, it would be a laugh. I'd like that.
No, you wouldn't. You'd hate it.
It's how you have to keep that straight face again.
Oh, I don't. They do. You can tell when they're saying something, can't you?
Yeah, because you're like. When I was in the police, obviously I had to have an earpiece in, and the things that you have to try to listen into what they're telling you.
Oh, so you'll be good at doing this then.
And then you'll be listening to what they're saying, and when you're dealing with quite a hairy situation at times, and they're telling you all this information, and it is quite. You don't know which.
Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? That's more intense than this. No, they're just saying.
Oh, I don't know.
Things.
There we go. So there is our two blocks.
Nice.
Now I'm going to completely break the rules and cheat a little bit.
Go on. We love a rebel.
So normally I'd quilt that down, pin that down, which I will use a couple of pins just to pop in, just to hold it down. And then I'll just trim that off. Then I'll take my border pieces, which I've got a few, and to sew it down, obviously I would normally sew it down, but I'm actually just going to go straight to the border. Let's see if this works, shall we?
We'll see. Did you say 3 minutes? We might lose Delphine. Delphine will just carry on sewing into the night.
I'll still be here in the morning.
At 1 o'clock we do have to hand over to jewellery maker.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. If you haven't had enough of me, by the way, 5 hours of enough. If you want another 5 hours of me later, I'm still on this same channel that you're watching on now, on Shopping Quarter. There's Gemporia Lifestyle, which you've probably seen the adverts for, so I'm there from 5 till 10 if you want to come and say hello to me then. Please do.
There we are. I've sewn one side on. I'm now going to sew the other side on. And one thing, how much time have I got left?
A couple of minutes.
Okay, and I'll quickly show you how I did the binding. Just for those that are watching about the, you know, from when we did the block of the week. So I spent all that time standing there making the binding.
Oh, absolutely. We'll definitely do it. Do you want to do the menu now, Paul? Just so then, if we do the menu now, then we'll have the last minute with Delphine. So this is tomorrow. It's John Scott with Christmas. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. What's at 8 o'clock, I wonder? Christmas things, 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we've got Christmas wreaths with lovely Janice. 10 o'clock, Christmas makes with, oh, that'll be nice to see John and Janice back together again. 10 o'clock, it's the first time John's met Kerry as well from Living in Loveliness, Christmas makes. 11 o'clock, fold and stitch advent calendar with Janice. And 12 o'clock, remember it's an extended day. Christmas makes, again, Kerry's going to be on from 12 to 1 live in the studio with John. A lovely day tomorrow. Do you remember that mega bundle available as well? Brand new collection. It is about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, check out. There's 3 different colourway bundles. They're all offered on the website, so have a look at those. They're available individually as well. There's a lot more people that have got it in their basket than they have available. I'll talk about the mega bundle. You can buy one of each of the other bundles, absolutely, and it makes the mega bundle. You've not missed out on anything. But I just wanted to make sure everybody knows there's a lot of people who have got the mega bundle in their basket. So if we go off air and it says it's sold out, buy each of the peach, the grey and the blue, and it's the same.
Right, okay, so
1 minute on air.
1 minute on air. So there you go. You would put your borders on like that. So I'll just put that off shot so you can see that there. Your binding. So all you do is sew your strips together. You will first fold it together, iron it out, and then fold the 2 side pieces in and then fold together. With this, I'll do it to the back first, starting a little bit up, and then just leave a little tail, and then you'll sew all the way around, and then you'll fold right over, and then your binding would look like that. So I've just kept it as the white binding and then just quilt it with a straight stitch. But really good demo of the binding in Debbie's book. So if you
get the book.
Well
done, well done. Challenge over. Thank you so much, Delphine.
Thank
Amazing
you.
As always. We love you, love you, love you. We'll see you next week, couple of weeks.
3rd
of November.
3rd of
We'll see you
November.
then. Thank you ever so much for your company today. It's been amazing to have you for the whole 5 hours. Go and enjoy your lunch. Enjoy Jewellery Maker. I'll see you at 5 o'clock on the same time, same place. And John will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.